As we are. Are we? As we are. Are we? As we are. There we are. As we are once again alive upon the internet, and I forgot to change the title. Let's do that now. Save. Build. Here is love. What happened to that word? How did I mess up a word that bad? There we go. Because I apparently made 7 mistakes in the word showcase. But it's fine. I'm awake. Yeah, let's make that go through. I put mortar in there? Nah, it's fine. Hey there, Xander. First. Yep. Indeed you are. Except of course, yeah. Except of course, yesterday there was also... Could have been yesterday. Yeah, we're gonna jump in here. I think I have a mistake in one of the build pictures, which we need to fix up first, as I was having a gander at the numbers, and something did not line up. Actually, does this go to the right spot? It does. Because when looking at the stickies, the number
safe area detected
for this build, one of them is wrong, basically. The number for the Empress build is higher than the number for here. So I'm gonna guess I maybe... I don't know. Let's go find out. Let's go from I don't know to I might know to now I know, and then to I fixed it. That's usually the order of things. You start at I don't know, and then you go like, let's go try some stuff till we know. And hopefully at some point, you know. You know. As we'll grab an elite, we'll put him pretty close. So what do I need in sync? Maybe that wasn't triggered at the time. The backpack might have not been. Have I done all these just? I don't even remember. Have I done them without the backpack? That would be weird, though. I would do them with the backpack. Because what does this do? It does nothing. What? Why it does nothing? Why isn't there armored hit in here? Everybody but him? Wait, does it just... What? Well, put differently, we'll put it on them, and then blink. There we go. So that's a 8-5. Okay, yeah, so we already were doing with the other one. So yeah, I need to proc status, put in a Scorpio. Okay, right. So Scorpio, trigger. Oh, actually, the other way around. 1 point. There we go. That seems better. Hopefully that cuts correctly. It did. So yeah, 10, 5. That makes sense. That's also. There. We fixed it. We reached the final step in that thing of fixing it. As yeah, I likely had either not the backpack tray. Well, actually, thing is, like InSync seems bigger than that. I'll launch up my tablet as well. Did you see the plastic backpack can't be recalibrated? So no yellow core for now. Okay. Oh yeah, likely they'll add that. That has been the case, right, for every. I hadn't actually checked it, but oh, it can't be recalibrated at all. You can't even make a full red. Because I was hoping for a full red at least. Can you optimize it then? Likely not either, right? Okay, you can at least apparently optimize it. Looks like. Yeah, seeing as it's allowing that. And that's weird because usually it's they. Actually, no. Actually, I think I do remember. Yeah, it was always. You could optimize them, and then you couldn't recalibrate them until they added them into the system correctly. Because that's the same that happened with both the chill out and okay. Chill out would just not was not on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, that's I mean that's fine.
Good to see you.
Yeah, sucks that we can't yellow core it. Likely in the future we likely will. Yeah. No, hey there, Omni. Question: does IKEA in IKEA have IKEA, or is it just another IKEA? Swedish meatballs. That's my answer to that. But yeah, whenever IKEA goes into IKEA, then he gets some IKEA gear, and then IKEA puts together the IKEA gear, and IKEA's on it. So there's your actual answer. Oh, fuck, I forgot to. I'll be right back. In my preparations, I'm a little less prepared as I just got home at 8, ate a little thing, and well, actually 30 kind of 8:20. Ate a little thing. Then I got to like fixing up a few things, preparing the folder and the picture for the. But especially for the mortar, because the mortar, of course, like we can fire it and make booms happen. For the intro of it, I kind of want to dual box. And I forgot to set that up, so I'm setting that up in the background now. Hello, input? Why no input? That works. Ah. Just didn't want to for a second. What account am I on? So it should be fine to launch this. We'll go back here. We'll launch this. Should have set this up before stream, but of course I'm. Yeah. Yeah. You go away. There we go. And I'm booting up the other system and also booting IKEA number 2 IKEA. With the multi IKEAs there as well. We're doing the same here. Not PTS, which is actually no, PTS is no longer available, right? Yeah, yeah. It's gone. It was here and now it's gone. Since you've been gone. So yeah, I put out the thoughts video. I actually re-recorded large parts of it after that stream yesterday because it was way too long. It was 1 hour 40 minutes in the previous incarnation, and then this one was, and then like I had skipped even a few stuff that I did actually input in this one. Hopefully the game will launch over there. In the meantime, but yeah, we're likely gonna go pretty quickly into it. One thing I want to check. Okay, that's 10. That's 10. Hive is 20, of course. What's the other one? Seekers. The Seekers are also 10 already, right? Yeah. It's gonna upgrade them to 10 at the very least. For the skills I'm gonna show. But yeah, basically this one's pretty easy, at least on my end. We're not gonna go do damage calculations. We're basically just gonna show both build pictures and go over like, hey, this one does bigger numbers and is harder to make. This one is less bigger numbers and it's easier to make. And take your pick and pick one and just make it. And then don't break it. As the game's loading up over there. Actually, this should still work, right? Yep. That's the alt account loading in. Gonna load them in as well, actually. I was also the whole day thinking about like, is there somewhere where there's kind of like explosions happening? But not really, right? Like fire and stuff kind of happens, but not easily. Because otherwise I was kind of thinking of taking over the Washington Monument and just putting most of it over here kind of thing. Is the global event on? I definitely want the global event off to start off with. Let's do that already. Also went in, actually, I did get to play a little bit today. Oh, I need to do that I need to not forget to do the Ascent run at some point today. Because it's the last day. I might miss out on comms. But yeah, I went through, got my 120. Don't do this. It's not worth it. Still did it though. But yeah, went and got the hyena headshot and the outcasts. Headshots actually is the part that takes a bit. Although I gave up and went like, okay, I'm dropping it to normal and just resetting the map over and over again. I won't get loot, I won't get levels, it'll be fine. Yeah. So yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I'll also just, you know what, for now, just for the intro footage and stuff, we'll set it to normal, making it a little bit more easy for me to capture that thing without issues. Maybe this one will get this one. Actually, yeah, you brought it up, indeed. Right as I was also talking about it. I haven't either, so... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I will definitely, like, after the recording of this. So it might be a few hours still. If you, like, I don't know how your schedule is. But yeah, definitely want to do it before I leave stream. Because otherwise, because it is the character that kind of does them all, and or like I collect all the comms on, and yeah, I haven't done it. Dude. Saw that earlier today, and I was like, I went and did the leak first, which maybe I should have descended just to be certain. But I don't think this build showcase will take long to record. which is of course famous last words, but is there always a green thing on top of there? Likely, right? It's just... Let's blow these guys up. Oh. I was hoping for Hive to be in my hands there when I click that button. Because Hive will automatically kill all these people. So I don't have to do much. Why am I on this build? I could just clear this out. With a high end or something. You know what? This is a good warm-up at least. Like, I get to use the skill a little bit. Also, I haven't really decided what I'm even going to do with it. Because likely as well, we'll first go do something with the other one. The high-end one, and then end on the glass one. So we'll be going to the other account first and then coming back to this one. You know what? I should just grab Seekers. That's actually maybe the thing to do here. These are... I need to get my Hive all the way charged up. You know, might be just fast to die here and reset. I'm stubborn. Also, damage numbers are so long.
Vital signs critical.
What are you doing now?
Why am I even... Like, these are normal enemies.
Come here!
But I do want to blow them.
We have to find them.
I'm a keep away here.
From me.
Yay.
Engaging.
Come on, then, agent.
Serious trauma detected.
Let's go back here. Where it's totally not safe because they might spawn here. And grab some Seekers. I can just shoot them in the face. What am I doing?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
You know what I said? They might spawn there. Wait, why are there so many enemies here? This is more than a normal city, it seems.
Immediate medical assistance
Don't
needed.
kill me. Likely just a patrol or something alongside of the rest of it. Ah, really? You didn't res the man. You were resing the man and then you stopped resing the man.
You see that shot? Reloading.
I mean, we're just not even gonna call them in. Well, actually, well, there's a bunch of stuff all the way around, so I'll let them deal with it.
Use cover.
Oh, really? God damn it. I have the AR bug. Didn't I turn off damage numbers, or did I just not look at them? Yeah, let's call them in. So it's green.
Reinforcements en route.
And then we have to log out and log in because I need some AR ammo. Then at least when I load back in, it'll all be here. Gonna mean to supercharge, but now that I'm supercharged, or well, overcharged.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Let's do some booms. Oh, some movement over there. It's almost mortared. Defenseless little.
I'm out. Friendly down. We need to lock down the enemy.
Last one. Yay! Okay.
Come on.
Let's clear out our inventory because she picked something up, of course, because of that. Yeah. So actually, let's get this character in position so I don't have to do any real movement. Actually, you know what? I can leave. Actually, well,
Supply room
we'll
access
go up here,
unlocked.
and then we'll have this one join on this one. Join.
Another agent is now in your group.
I can hide this other character downstairs.
Supply room access unlocked.
Go into the camera mode. That would be. Doesn't reach high enough. Okay. Well, we'll hide them. We'll just be from this side. There we go. Y'all. Put that one there. Okay, so actually, yeah, she doesn't need her ones there as well. That was some weird graphical glitches in the background there. What was that? Yeah. So we put this down here. Oh yeah, I need to alter this to be. Where's the screen? There we go. That's much easier to read than the far away one. What was there? Why are there graphical glitches? So I'm trying to find toggle to hold aim. Or this is going to be here, right? Just so I can toggle her to aim. Also, we're getting heavy rain, of course. Yeah, there we go. Wait, what? Hold to aim, okay. So it's inverse. Yeah, just so I don't have to hold the keyboard the whole time. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna, yeah, let's do that. Gonna log out and log in. See if we get better weather, first of all, because I don't want it in heavy rain. I want to be able to, like, kind of see it. And as well, we needed actually, needed the log out, log in for these characters. AR ammo. That's why I did it. I'm making a new character then, I'm guessing. Oh, his new account. No, right? Where you're like, I want the third account too. Why is there? Or is this the... Oh, it's a hoarder. No, it's not a hoarder. It's just these bastards. But we have the CP now. So that's something. I'm gonna resession, go to New York and back. Resetting the weather, because the weather isn't global. Different sessions will have different weather. When you leave someone's session, you will take the weather with you when you leave. That's just so it tries to hide it by doing that. Like, but especially when you have access to multiple accounts, it becomes very clear that yeah, they're two characters being at the White House at the same time having the very different feathers. And hey there, Scoobs and Essie. I just new character.
Safe
and then
area detected.
So the 4 slot is going to become permanent. Okay. Well, that is quite the commitment. Seems to like the rain though. Let's try once more. Once more with feeling. Yep. Here, have a piece of weather just for yourself. Although it was quite a different rain actually. So the rain I had at the White House was like light rain, and then the characters having like heavy rain. Well, let's go over here. You even see the snitch. Because I want to kind of stand up there, kind of have the monument in the background, like aiming up with the mortar.
Hostile control point identified.
Really likes this weather. You know what? Let's try this. Because I can put the character on the other one and then back on this one.
Safe area detected.
Is it maybe locked to session? Because both of these characters being together, it tries to put everybody like in the same server pack. Would it be server pack? And I never noticed, but I've had it so often. Let's see, or we're just hitting like the same number over and over again of a random number generator and then hitting the same number over and over. Sometimes happens. Sometimes you get 3 chameleons in a row, you know. I haven't had it be this stubborn.
Safe area entered.
Although this also doesn't feel like a thing they would change. Because yeah, it would require some change actually. Yeah.
Safe area detected.
It's still, yeah, there we go. Still very heavily raining on the others. That's different right now. Well, shit, of course. Let's see if the other character now is like also out of that session, maybe. Well, actually, we took so long there, it's clearing up on the other anyway. But I did want daylight anyway, so. Okay. And yeah, there is actually here on the other account, the mortar isn't only its ammo, there is actually a duration tied to it as well. It's slowly running out. It's almost actually run out. So I should pick that up. So yeah,
entered.
ready. Might actually just join back on the other one. Because yeah, I want to send the mortar basically into the field and just kind of like follow it with the camera.
You're an inspiration to folks around here.
Yeah, you know what? Joining back on that other account sounds like a great idea. Instead of dealing with these guys. Bye! Everything's on fire! All of a sudden. Okay, let's get introing. Long press. Hello. Oh, ADS, of course. One capacitor in my hands on the other one. Kind of like that, right? That mortar being off with its legs off the edge is already bothering me. Let's get it.
We need all the help we can get.
Yes, you do, but I need my mortar back. Let's do it like this. There we go. It's not floating, at least. Wait, why can't you fire? You can. I think we need a little bit more daylight, most likely. Also, yeah, with the character ADSing, they need to be on this side. Gmod. And yeah, of course, in a second we'll go to oh, wait, what? No, that one. I'm taking pictures. It's trying to get the thing out of the way. You know what I really need to do? I should cut out the sound of the game and then pan over to the other character. Just from this to that. Yeah. What happens when I fire? No, what happens when I fire the thing? I can't because, okay, when I'm aiming over there, it doesn't. It won't, of course. I think this will be kind of, well, actually, okay, so my main needs to be a little bit further. So they're not. Actually, you know what? For this, we can be just down here. Do it like this. And then we do like this, and then we do like this, and then we do like this. Okay, it looks cool, right? Kinda looks cool. Yeah, it's kind of unclear what is actually happening with that mortar. Also, we kind of need to see the tip of the, or like that at the end. So I need to be like this, which, maybe there. Let's try that. Will this work? Also, hopefully no ads just walk into here. I had that with one of the things I was. We already discovered it should be the other way around, and I still did it that way. So. Okay. Am I gonna reach? Not really. Let's go over here-ish. Here. Okay. I know. What to do now?
That's an impressive weapon.
Because this puts the mortar a little bit higher. So if I put it on this railing. There we go. The character next to it. There we go. What are you, dude? Sir, we need quiet on the set. Could you move? Well, at least you can stay if you're quiet. The main character is too far away now.
I hate guard duty.
Thank you for sharing. The floating mortar already annoys me. Yeah. Can we actually kind of get this to work? Actually, even. I mean, yeah, we can. That head is kind of in the way, of course, but. Wait, why is it getting what? Why is it getting dark again? It's getting lighter and it suddenly got darker. So, but yeah, that floating thing doesn't work for me, but yeah, we can actually put it on the railing. I'm not a perfectionist. You're a perfectionist. What are you calling a perfectionist? I'll have you know. Actually, yeah, they can be all the way at the edge, of course. Ooh, golden hour. Hell yeah, golden hour. Ooh, I like this. I like this a lot. I don't like that guy though. Can we fire that guy? Can we get a new caterer? He's the caterer. Yeah. Let's take my face away and accidentally move the alt's firing position. Hello? What are you doing? What was that? As I was just accidentally scrolled a little by the and then I can do this. But why did the clouds change? But yeah. Is there others? The lighting kind of went away. Let's give it like a minute. See if we get actual sunrise, and then we'll hit record and start the journey. One thing I'm gonna do is actually prepare. Actually, the folder is ready. Just gonna make sure recordings actually write to the hard disk, making sure the hard disk has spooled up because it often hasn't, and it actually hasn't now. And OBS is freaking the F out because of it. Also, is this, oh man. Okay, so I need to watch out where I'm going with my mouse because if it goes over that screen, it messes everything up. All right, hard disk's ready. Oh, really? Rain again? Or is that not rain? Nope, that's rain. Let's actually see how it looks from this side, actually. Yeah, let's just wait out the rain. We'll just hang around here. In the meantime, I'll actually have a look at these. Kind of have the stats in my head because I actually don't. This also needs a capacitor here, actually. Both of them do. Let's actually do that then while we're waiting. As well. Go into the void. Grab a capacitor. Put that here. Or put that. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's change the weapon talents then as well. We'll leave the other one maybe with the mop, because the mop really works well here, and I'm mostly using the in-sync shotgun anyway. But I do want a capacitor in there somewhere. Am I showing the right thing? Oh, actually, I'm not. I didn't have a capacitor in the build picture. Put one in, change the weapon talent. We'll leave the other one without capacitor. Although we should put it somewhere as an option thingy, but we'll just discuss it. Wyvern, it's hard, blah blah blah. So wait, this one is, yeah, 2 grouper, right? And then did I change this picture to be with the skill haste one? Yeah, I did. Okay, so that's good. The bonus skills are there. Actually, let's put these as well, because I have them there over here as well. Just kind of the set of skills that you can kind of use, even though we're showing their stats anyway. So I should be clear that I kind of mean that you should use those kind of things. That capacitor actually, can we get a better one? Because yeah, that's likely because we didn't roll this out. Instead, let's recut that. There's one tiny mistake there that I'm wondering if anybody else would ever catch. There's sometimes that on weapons. So these two, of course, lead into the weapon slots if you open them. 35, 34. Which, I mean, in reality is impossible. But of course, when you're cheating, it is very possible. And hey, they're salty. Did the rain go? Hey, the rain's gone. As the alt is just aiming at the sky. Third there.
Hi.
Alt there.
Looking out there.
At the edge. Does this look? Yeah. This guy really just wants to be in there. we'll let him. Again, like that shot. I like the other way better. But, this kind of works too. Wish I could do it like that, maybe. Sure, those floating legs bother me. But now that guy's head bothers me. Then, of course, on the other end, you have that guy. Oh, there's 2 people. Now there are 2 of them. It's a weird framing, though. But yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, that thing is huge. Actually, can I... Well, that's a bit Instagrammy, isn't it? Maybe, you know, I'm Dutch. I get to use a little bit of Dutch angle, right? Like, that's not noticeable, is it? How much is that even? That's 11. I'm Dutch. I get to use a Dutch angle. What's the point of being Dutch if you can't use a Dutch angle? Because now as well as still there. Yeah, let's do an intro and yeah, we're gonna get a second controller as well to do a pan and tilt afterwards. Is okay, and I need to have this at the ready. which is the build collection. It does not need a circle. It, in fact, I would rather not have a circle on it. Later on with these ones, with this one, I want the circle. So, yeah, so we go from that to that. And I'm going to hit record. Yeah. Was it? Oh, I just Googled Dutch angle and Google tilts. Really? Now I'm curious. Dutch angle. Okay, that. You know what? There might be a multi-million-dollar company that sucks the soul out of thousands of people, but they know how to make a joke. Because I'm not tilting that, but that's Google's Dutch angle. I actually, yeah, for those that don't know what a Dutch angle is when you just tilt it. I mean, well, any tilt to the camera they usually call Dutch angle, but Dutch angle is usually like a big tilt to the camera. It creates, yeah, I mean, like effects like these, kind of like it changes the angle of your head, kind of, or like the visual of it. So it creates either like panic or like disbelief kind of things. That's usually what they use it for. That's a fun one, actually. They get a 10 out of 10, and they get my money in multiple ways for Drive and YouTube. Yeah, let's go and say hi, I'm IKEA, and then do an intro. Wait, you know what? Because I've used a bunch of rounds, and oh, that's the wrong controller. I used a bunch of rounds, and the mortar is about to run out. So let's refresh this. Guy just standing behind me. We'll Dutch angle them out. As well, do it like that. Yeah, the mortar is enough. And this is the button, right? Yeah, I like that. Because yeah, we'll move the camera as well around like halfway through it. So. The guy's head came into frame all of a sudden again. There. Bye. I Dutch you out. NBCs. Actually, it's better because now I can put the angle the way I had. There we go. Yeah, let's just get going. What was my cadence again? Oh yeah, hi, I'm IKEA, right? Hi, I'm IKEA. Yeah, gonna hit record in 3, 2, 1. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I'm going to do a build showcase on mortar builds, and they come in the high-end explosive builds. That's the name that I'm giving them. And then especially mortar. That's how I was going to say. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I'm going to. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I'm going to give a build showcase on high-end explosive builds, and they are usually centered, as both of these builds will be, as we're going to cover 2 variants of it, around the mortar, and then pairing it with other explosive skills, and trying to make humongous booms happen, and especially, of course, with golden bullets. I can do sentences. I know words. I know the best words. I have the best words. I know the people with the best words. Yeah, no, not golden bullets. Hollywood. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I'm going to give a build showcase on high-end explosive builds. We're going to cover 2 variants of them, one easier to get, one harder to get. And of course, these are all centered around the mortar especially, and then pairing them with other explosive skills. And these are, of course, very good for use during the Hollywood event that is currently active as we're putting out the build showcase. But honestly, high-end explosive builds, the mortar builds, are very good all year round, really. They have one really big downside we'll go into, which is screen shake, and that they can't hit through door boundaries. But they're really good builds, and we're going to cover them in today's video. Yeah, so I'm gonna get ready to... So we're gonna move the camera like this, put it back, basically take a second angle, and go like this. Now I need to hit this, right? So where is that gal aiming? Actually, let's aim her a little bit that way. Oh, yeah. And let's do the second part of the intro. And as always, with these build showcases, I'll be making extensive use of my build collection and specifically 2 build pictures out of there, as there are 2 variants that we're going to discuss today. One is based around the sacrifice, the other is based around having 3 pieces of Empress, and we'll go in depth into them. As always with these build showcases, I'll timestamp several chapters. In the first chapters, we'll go into the build layouts as they are. We'll go over the build pictures and how they're put together and some of the choices I've made and also what that results in the damage. And in the second part of the first chapter, we'll go into some minor tactics just on how to use the skills, because let's cover it completely. And then we'll go into the second chapter where we'll take it into some gameplay, and I'll try to give more insights into how to play them. And as well, at the end of it, we'll take it into Hollywood and really make big booms happen. So yeah, let's jump into it. Yeah, that might have been not that great of a choice there. That alteration. Let me actually see how they kind of line up together. Can I have Windows? Yeah, there. So it's this last one. Let's just actually just play them like one into the other. What happens? Hi, I'm Mike. And as always, but they're really good builds, and we're going to cover them in today's video. And as always, with these build showcases, I'll be making extensive use of my build collection, specific as the other is, and we'll go in depth into them as they are, cover it completely. And then we'll go into the second chapter where we'll take it into some gameplay, and I'll try to give more insights into how to play them. And as well, at the end of it, we'll take it into Hollywood and really make big booms happen. So yeah, let's jump into it. Also, yeah. The last sentence is always important. Just I'm fine with it. There'll be a fade between the two. It's at least a little bit more than I can't talk and do movements. Although of course I could just record the segment, because yeah, what I wanted kind of to do is kind of like go from. But also these guys came back, but yeah, kind of do like this and stuff. But yeah, I just want to use OBS as the thing is, I don't want to record. I would have to, yeah. I mean, I could, but I'm using the OBS settings just to make it easier, because I have all the settings in there already. Yeah. So I want this account active as well, because I'm going to actually do a thing with them, because I want to show both build, of course, but I can inspect the other one. We'll set most of the... Okay. Need to move? Or whatever. Well, we'll go stand over here. Kind of want the light from forward. We have that over here. Oh, that's controller, of course. We'll take this one here. Actually, you know what I want to do?
Relaxing just to be
Do I
standing
have that
like
set
this.
on this one? I do.
Is this really the time for jokes?
I say we'll have that character like that, and we'll take this as our background. Hopefully these characters will not walk through me. Yes. So, biggest nemesis of the build doors. Yep. Doors, my biggest weakness.
Living like this is
Um,
cardio.
You know what? We'll start it like this. I feel this is fitting for Christmas. Returning with food as well. I'll dampen. Well, the bell is just gonna almost not sound with. So. Is actually my voice actually it's tiny amount delayed. Let me fix it. There we go. Yeah, that reset it. Yeah. Let's get going. So yeah, build layout. Actually, what is the build layout? We're gonna hit the gear first. Sacrifice. We'll do brands first. Talent. Yeah. Talent. Weapons, and then end on skills. And also, yeah, actually weapon specialization, and then this. Let's see if I actually do that as well. That would be a first if I actually did the thing I'm going to say I'm doing. Yeah, let's jump right into it. As I'll hit record in 3, 2.
You've been doing some good work out there.
As I'm ringing a bell here, this guy goes, "You're doing some good work at it, sir. Do you have to?" Let's go over here. The game knows.
Dear God,
The game fucking knows. There we go. There we go. And I'm gonna hit record in 3, 2, 1. And yeah, to jump right into it and stop the belling. Explosive builds centered around the high end work quite well. They resolve usually around the mortar. Resolve. Let's restart that. I've forgotten how to do build showcases, turns out. And yeah, actually, let's see if the inspect. Let's make sure this inspect is working, because I'll do that in the same segment. Yeah. So, actually, yeah. Let's leave the bell out. We'll leave this chuckle fuck in the background. Hey, let's have the chuckle fuck be a little bit more this way, so that they're.
I hope nothing comes along to stir things up today.
Because when I open my inventory and actually have this like this, they'll be there, and then I can do that and hide them. Yeah, let's do that. And here's the first build we'll be discussing today, as this is the sacrifice variant of the high-end explosive build. There are 2 variants we'll be discussing. We'll jump into the other one in a second. Both of them are very much laid out in mostly the same way and are around the same talents and using the same skills. One of them is much harder to put together than the other one because it requires several unicorns. Starting out, we'll discuss here that we're using for this variant 2 pieces of Grupo for their explosive damage, a China Light piece also for its explosive damage. We're using Wyvern for skill damage, which of course applies to the skills as well. And we're pairing that, in this case, with a Sacrifice with Perfect Glass and Contractors with skill damage as one of its minors. Damage to armor, which of course comes from this Contractor's Glove, does apply to all explosives, and that makes it quite strong together as well with the sacrifice being an option in here. We'll go into an Empress variant that does not require these two unicorns, because especially the sacrifice, unless you have the crafting blueprint from Descent, is actually quite hard to get. And even actually for myself, when I went and tried to get this contractor glove, it actually took me like 6-7 hours. I got very unlucky farming, but yeah, sometimes that happens. And yeah, all our brand choices are towards skill damage, except of course these two, but we're using these for their perfect talents and their named talents, or their named stat in the case of contractors. Let's jump to those talents, because first of all, we'll go into sacrifice and its perfect glass. This is, of course, all damage you deal is amplified by 30%. This 30% applies to everything. And in this case, of course, will apply to especially our explosives under explosive damage, under skill damage, but also even as most of the skills we'll be using can apply bleed, it will even amplify that bleed. Now, of course, it comes with a humongous downside, which is that all the damage we take is also amplified. Now, in the case that we're using it here, we're using a sacrifice. In the layout as we're using it, because we have less skill damage, this is the perfect choice, as well that it allows for multiple other brands to be in here. We'll go into the Empress one, where the layout is with Empress and an Empress with normal glass. So depending on layout, perfect or normal glass is beneficial. Then we'll go to my personal pick for both of the versions we'll be seeing today, and that is Perfect Shock and Awe on the strategic alignment. This is the named China Light backpack. This Perfect Shock and Awe works quite well, I feel, with explosive builds. You have other choices here that are viable, especially in combined arms and tech support. Both of them work decently well, but I find even though this 20% of Perfect Shock and Awe is one of the lesser damage bonuses, it is so consistent that it wins out for me, because it is reliant on just applying a skill effect or a status effect, and that will increase our skill damage, our total skill damage, for a pretty long time. And for instance, in my case, both of the skills I'm using will apply bleed when they hit. So this is very consistent, where, for instance, with combined arms, there are moments where you can't really peek because you are glass. So if you're under heavy fire, you can't really peek. And tech support, of course, requires a kill first before it applies. So I usually recommend this, and if you're going for Shock and Awe, then I would recommend the Perfect Shock and Awe. It doesn't have a damage increase at the Perfect, but it has a duration increase, which is quite handy. As we said as well, then the Grupo is actually one of the harder parts as well to get. Grupo will be in both builds, 2 pieces, for this explosive damage, because of course this explosive damage is a separate multiplier in effect to skill damage. All of it gets added together, so it's not self-multiplicative, of course, but all of this explosive damage from these sources gets added together and is multiplicative to all of the skill damage that we have on the build. Same for DTA in effect. That means that China Light, Grupo, Demolitionist are all choices that will definitely show in both. And this Grupo, of course, they come with a red core. They only drop with red cores. Same for the Sacrifice, making that one, and the Contractors. Making this, of course, parts that take some time to farm and will require some optimization at the very least. As you can see on all of the pieces here, there's at least an optimization. And that's actually even very lucky, because usually you find pieces with like half stats and you'll just take the hit and just optimize them out. Moving on then to weapon choices, I very much pair this with a shotgun with Insync. That's going to be my main weapon with both. Damage to armor as the second stat of shotguns will apply to our explosives. So while held, this will apply to our explosives. Now, of course, the capacitor as well has damage to armor as its second stat, so that is also a very strong choice. But I enjoy the shotguns more, mostly because while using the mortar and using the other skills, we'll be talking about the skills in a second, you usually don't have the full time to sit there and fire out the 40 rounds that really make the capacitor work. There are moments where you can. That's why I have both. I basically open up my options, but quite often I just fire a mortar. I just fire one shot, land and in sync, and that's, well, less than the capacitor by quite a bit. It's still something. And this works for me quite well. There are moments, though, where I will grab the capacitor, especially if there's a heavy in front of me. And yeah, the capacitor is then also, the other choice. The tertiary stats on these do not apply to our skills, just to be clear. So damage to targets out of cover, nor health damage, as the capacitor has here. They do not apply to our skills at all that we are using. Damage to targets out of cover famously only really applies to Oxy and Demolisher, that everybody forgets, Demolisher drone. On the pistol, I'm taking a Future Perfect, and any pistol really here will do. If you want to make it, especially for use with this build, you might put damage to armor here, but I'm not going that far. But having a Future Perfect sometimes is handy because you can use this to overcharge. There might be an enemy that's very low, you'll just sneak the hit in and just kill them. For our specialization, Demolitionist is really the only choice. First of all, it is needed for the skill that will be maining on both setups that we'll be using today, which is the mortar. We'll be keeping skill-wise just the mortar always, and then pairing it with one of the other choices that we'll have. We need that for the mortar. We need it as well for its extra explosive damage that it provides us. Also, one of its handy tools is that it negates one explosion. And the mortar can quite easily kill you. It gives you one free hit from the mortar if you're in it yourselves. And sometimes you even choose to do so, as if you're being rushed down, you'll mortar yourself. You'll survive because you won't take any damage from that explosive and kill, hopefully, the rusher that's rushing you down. Let's move on to the skills. Okay, how long was that? Before we go into the skills, I'll basically segment it there. Okay, that's 8 minutes, a little rambly, but it's fine. We're not doing numbers anyway, so. Is that dumbass still out there? Yeah. Game hasn't logged out the alt. I kind of like that. They're just like behind there, just going. Yes, so we're gonna go to skills, and then we're gonna inspect this other character and go over the other layout, and then we're gonna go. We'll end a segment there and then go into the build pictures. Yeah, let's do that because I usually don't do the stats and stuff in here. I'll do them in the build picture. Yeah, indeed, the game knows. The game always knows. And hater silo. Yeah, let's move on to the skills, and I'm gonna hit record in 3, 2. And of course, this being a skill build, pure at heart, almost. We're gonna go over the skills. The main skill we'll be using on all of these loadouts is the artillery turret, the mortar turret. It is a very effective tool and really required. It's almost the same as with eclipses, for instance, that you either go fire or foam. Leaving out of chem really hurts it. It is such a ubiquitous tool to use that, yeah, this is our main weapon. We'll go into the tactics of it and how to somewhat use it, because there is one minor thing with it that we can expound upon, and it's quite useful to kind of know. Damage-wise, this is unmatched by the rest. It does require a lot of skill haste to get a cooldown down to where we have it, but that's also on the build, of course. We'll go into the build layouts in a second. And this will be our main tool. Then we'll pair it with several things. All of the explosive skills work really well. Seekers, of course, multi-seekers are pretty good. They hit hard. I feel they're a little bit better as a main tool, especially on hardwired. But here we can still use them, but they have a pretty long cooldown of that 21 seconds, but they hit pretty hard. But enemies, especially on heroic, especially elite enemies, will evade them quite easily. But sometimes it is a worthwhile tool. We also have the bomber drone. I'll be brief on this one. It is so clunky to use that while very powerful and in some situations very strong, you will get frustrated with it more times than not. And that's why I actually will not be using it at all, really. But it is a very strong explosive tool. We'll also talk about the sticky explosive sticky. As a tool, this is very strong. It has a decently long cooldown and is, of course, just one hit, but it has one functionality that none of the others have, which is that it can shoot through doorways. All of our other skills, if the enemy is on the other side of a spawn door where they're spawning, the door has opened, until they walk out, neither the mortar nor the hive, which is one of the other choices we'll be making in a second, nor the seekers will actually target them. But you can send an explosive sticky, you can actually send it into their room and blow them all up together. There's also then the shrapnel trap. And the shrapnel trap is also quite strong, but very localized. And actually, I would personally pick a hive over the shrapnel trap for use with this build. Then, of course, the one that we skipped over here is the hive, the stinger hive. And I specifically skipped over this because there is one important thing to note with this one, is that it does actually not scale with explosive damage. While it is an explosive skill, when it hits, it does yellow damage, it applies bleed, as a lot of explosive skills do. Due to its implementation in the past, it does not scale with the explosive damage. But we have, of course, a lot of skill damage, which it does scale with. We have a lot of skill haste, which helps it as well. And as a tool, even with the explosives not applying to it, so that Grupo bonuses, that China bonuses, and the demo bonuses really aren't applying here. Even without them, this is my preferred tool to pair alongside with the mortar. Because it has area denial, it is fire and forget. You just toss it down and it will kill everything in that area, hopefully. And it is very strong. But yeah, just it does not scale with explosives. And that's actually an important thing to know, because actually if you were to make a build specifically for hive, for instance, you would leave out the explosive bonuses. But here we're using it alongside a skill, which does very strongly benefit from it. And that is, we're maining the mortar. This is our support tool for it. And of course, as well, both of them apply bleed, which, for instance, the cluster doesn't, which is needed for the strategic alignment, and it's perfect shock and awe. Let's have a quick inspect as our caroling buddy over there has the other variant on them, and we'll be jumping on them first, actually, for some gameplay. And this is the other variant. I'll, of course, go into build pictures of them, and the build pictures will be linked down below, so you can quite easily copy them if you need to. Weapons, skills-wise, it's the same. What has changed is that we are replacing that piece of Wyvern, that Contractor's Glove, and that Sacrifice with 3 pieces of Empress. And of course, Empress provides us with skill efficiency, which is very strong with 3 pieces. And because of that, it is the second best choice. Mostly because it just does less damage. We'll see that in the build picture in a second. The layout, as I showed it with the Sacrifice, especially because of the Contractors, does a ton more damage. But this variant, of course, is much easier to farm. You have a 1 named in here, which is quite easy to get because it's also an LZ named, so it can drop just in from Countdown. You'll still need these 2 pieces of Grupo, but these 3 pieces of Empress are trivial to get because they drop with yellow cores. Same for, of course, for the China piece. These 2 pieces though are still in here, and you kind of do need them. While you could replace them with 2 pieces of Hana Yu, this 15% explosive damage is quite strong. And yeah, I would definitely recommend going out of your way to farm it. And even if you aren't optimizing them fully, as of course, and this one actually we can see all the stats here are optimized. So yeah, that is the cost that it comes with, and but it is a worthwhile cost. I would recommend, if you're going for this build, do take the time. It's not impossible, especially because you don't need pieces that are chest or backpacks. You don't need specific talents on the Grupo. You just need 2 pieces for either mask, holster, knee pad, or glove slot. So you just need skill haste and skill damage on them, and then you just record them. So they're not as hard to get as some other unicorns, but they are technically still unicorns. Layout wise, the rest of the build is actually exactly the same, down to even the 612 here. Although shotgun wise, just pick whatever you like, especially as well. The Super 90 or the M870 can be choices here as well. Let's move on to their build picture. Let's see how long that was, because yeah, this is the first one, right? This is a 20. This one felt like 6-ish, 640. Yay. I'm getting better at guessing. I'm hoping, yeah, I didn't say anything. I so often have that, and of course, some people like pointing it out. I won't point out who likes pointing it out, but yeah, I quite often have, of course, that I like misspeak and go like, I'm looking at the grupo and go like China. Or something like that. And hey there, Wienerville. If they set the bomber drone to auto attack, it would be perfect. Yeah, although, well, it does damage you. That's kind of the thing of it. They could remove the well, no, it's explosive things, so it should. I could see it blowing you up more than enemies. The thing is, there are places when you're like expecting enemies where it's actually pretty strong, but it's just not generally usable is the thing, because it's actually pretty strong, especially if you have like a corridor or something that enemies are coming down through or up, or like taking cover in, you just blow up an entire line. Especially on a, because yeah, actually let's seeing as we're ranting now, let me bring up my faces. Because one of the things is as well, with a full skill tier build, you don't like blow up a tiny amount. You can blow up like that. like yeah, it is pretty. Imagine that being a corridor in a mission or something where like a bunch of enemies spawn. But it's just, yeah. The amount of times that it was very easy to target it because it was down. Same for the mortar. Like the mortar is always super easy if you're above stuff. You'll see me do that as well, and I'll say it in the gameplay as well. I'll go above stuff just so I can aim down. When you're aiming down, it becomes a lot easier to actually aim it. But if you're even trying to aim like on your same height, it's sometimes very fidgety, and especially when you're trying to aim above you, it can be very like hit and miss of like where it lands. But as of course with like all pointing skills, I mean even like just pointing with your gun, it's easier to point down than to aim up. Build pictures. Let's get them. I'll load them up already. Actually,
Nothing to see so far.
there. There's my trusty red circle. Skill damages. Yeah, man, I should. Well, that's fine. I should have made a thing with like these damage numbers next to each other.
It's pretty relaxing just to be standing watch like this.
I mean, we could all again. Yeah, no, let's not. Let's just discuss them. It's more. People can go and look for them themselves. Or they'll just have to trust me.
I'm not tired, I'm just bored. You think anyone would mind if I took a nap?
Because yeah, that's 2.2. Yeah, I'm just gonna get 11 and look at the numbers. So that's 5.7. Yeah, let's jump into the build picture and do that segment. And we'll start with this one. And here is the build picture for the sacrifice variant. Of course, this will be linked down below, so you can jump to it if you need to see it. We are the same layout as we are in game. And actually, just to point out here what our choices are on stats, and it's very simple: skill haste and skill damage. We need the skill haste. The mortar does actually require a decent amount of skill haste. You could go investing into other things a little bit, but honestly, as you see here, I'm going all skill haste. And on the sacrifice, especially, you can go, if you have one, for instance, with status effect, skill damage, which is actually what I used to run for quite a long time on this build because I didn't have the skill haste skill damage variant. That is fine. A few status effects can actually be in the build, especially if you get it on the group of pieces, for instance, here, or on the sacrifice. It is fine to put in there because it does affect the bleed, but the bleed is so minor that it isn't worth putting towards. So it isn't, to me, it definitely isn't worth it to put skill damage status effect on everything, but more as if you have a piece, especially, for instance, on the group of pieces or on the sacrifice, if there's a status effect there, it's fine. You can just take that hit. Earn a few skill hastes missing isn't the biggest deal, but missing several or choosing to forgo several does add up, and over time, yeah, your hive becomes less effective. Your artillery turret takes way longer between recharges and such, and especially with a lot less skill haste, skills like the explosive sticky and the seeker become completely unusable, really, because you'll go into the 30 seconds, into the 28 seconds for a sticky, and at that point, yeah, it's to me unusable. And yeah, of course, here we have the contractors. We'll put skill damage there. So skill damage first, and then skill haste second. And of course, on the mods, we take skill haste as well there. You could take skill duration, but really nothing that we have here benefits from skill duration. It's mostly their deploy time in the world, which is not really a thing. So yeah, skill haste over anything else. If we then move on to the variant with Empress, same thing. Of course, going for skill haste, skill damage on all pieces. We don't have a contractors in here. And all the mods, again, the same. One thing I'll point out here, as I didn't go over it in the weapons, here we have a mob as a secondary, especially since I'm mostly using the in-sync shotgun as the main. I sometimes do forgo the capacitor, as having a mob with its 10% armor on kill from any kill source, which includes if you kill them with your mortar, you don't need to kill them with the weapon, together with preservation, which has the same. Any enemy you kill, although you won't get the headshot bonus that preservation has. So any kill with this would give me heals, and this is actually quite a useful tool because if I get hit going in, which quite often happens, and I'm glass, so a few hits and I'm already at health gate, I'll equip the mob with his preservation, get a few kills in, it'll heal me back to full quite fast, actually. And yeah, this is actually a tool that you can use on all forms of skill builds. Here it's very effective because we can forgo the capacitor. Although, of course, the capacitor is a very strong tool because it has the weapon damage, especially if you run into a heavy, if you were to use these solo. Although, to me, these very much as well are support builds. They are supporting other people most of the time. You want to pair them basically with something else to kill the heavies. As well down here, of course, we have all of the skills. And on the side, we have the skills listed with their damages. And the damage difference between the two is quite pronounced. The yellow damages we see here are towards enemies that have no armor, and the blue is towards enemies with armor. In the case, of course, here we have DTA from the shotgun only, increasing the blue damage over the yellow damage by quite a bit. And then, of course, on the other one, both so on the sacrifice variant, the reason we go with this route and this layout is that actually both are yellow damage, so to enemies without armor, even though we have contractors and that's shotgun DTA, of course. Even our yellow damage is already higher as well, as these are numbers that are shown here, are shown with both Perfect Shotgun now active and then in sync triggered as well. This is basically the numbers that they hit for solo. And then especially in groups, you'll get bonuses. So if there's a FI alongside of you, or let's say together with someone tossing out a few opportunistics or such, this can add up quite to be quite large numbers, as we'll discover. And of course, with Hollywood, they can even be even larger. But yeah, all of the numbers here for the sacrifice variant are just more than the other variant. If you want to compare them, you can, as both build pictures will be here. We won't go in depth into them just to save us some time here. But yeah, the sacrifice variant is harder to get, but it hits harder. And to me, that is worthwhile if you're going to stick with this kind of build. So yeah, let's jump into a section of tactics where I'll just briefly discuss the skills. That was rambly. I'm rambly. I mean, I'm rambly. I just ramble. Hi, I'm IKEA and I ramble. What is all of this together in minutes? It is currently a total of 22 minutes, which I'm fine with, because we'll do like 6 minutes of tactics and then and then we'll take it into gameplay. Hey there, hello. Yeah, 10% armor on kill from the map hasn't been working for me, so that's not sure if it's bugged or patched out. Oh, well. I haven't used it recently much. I mean, I definitely get healing from it, but is maybe the armor on kill broken from it? Usually the only thing it doesn't trigger from is weak point kills. That's usually the thing with it. And if you like get secondary kills with usually like those kind of things, like world hazards. I mean, actually, yeah, let's take it to the range, because actually, let's go, because I usually do tactic sections in the range. We can as well actually say goodbye to our yodeling friend over there. Actually, I'll remove that. Because I actually do need to quit that game there and log them out, so that we can log into them in a second. What a dick! They just left. They just left and are forcing me to kick them. What kind of ass does that?
You are no longer in a group.
But I was missing the joke. That's my all-time control. Actually, well, armor, like the thing of it works in here as well, right? So like if I take this damage. Although it might still, like they might have actually broken the armor on kill and that seems about right for both of them together, because otherwise I need to kill one enemy. That's what I need to do.
Serious trauma detected.
No, I mean just actually I need to do it with my skills. I mean I can do this, right? Boom. Right, that, actually, yeah, that looks as if... No, because preservation is over time anyway, right? So there's an initial... Yeah. Let's see, at least, well, it might break in some certain things or something. But yeah, there, because we had like one instant part and then like it regens a bunch. The regenning is from preservation, and then like that initial like just hit is just from armor. So yeah, I should change my name to that, just to I ramble. Yeah. Well, actually, let's put those segments into a safe spot so we don't actually delete them, and also accidentally don't leave a different segment in there. Yeah, let's actually, seeing as we're holding them up anyway, let's start with that one. Let's break my armor fully. Yeah, let's start there. Mortar, hive. Seeker, and then EMP or EMP sticky. Let's go with the shotgun towards, but there's a skill gets the kill. I don't get any. It might also just be inconsistent or something, or break at points. Because I've definitely used it for healing quite recently. But yeah, it might have just not been noticeable that was just preservation active. Because I also always have preservation on them because, well, at least in this case, like that initial heal, like preservation doesn't heal like that. So that is coming from the armor kill. Yeah, so yeah, let's just jump into it. And to discuss some of the tactics. First of all, the weapon held is always applying its secondary and tertiary stats to any skills. So in the case, for instance, here, we will be trying to hold weapons with damage to armor to apply that damage to armor to our skills as well, which in the case for all of the explosives that we'll be using, it applies to all of them. DTA actually only really doesn't apply to only the ballistic skills, which are the sniper turret, the assault turret, and the striker drone. And as well, any of the stats held, in the case, for instance, here, where I'm holding a mop, as I'm damaged there, you see that both preservation and the armor and kill are actually applying, and then we are getting those stats, even from the kill of our skills, even without killing ourselves, or killing for ourselves the enemies. If we then move on to the mortar, there is one just important trick to know with the mortar, and this really catches a few people out, as they don't as with the chem, they don't read the manual, as the manual is down here, the controls, and of course double tapping will insta deploy it. You can also use instant use skill if you're in cover, and it will place it as in the same way as with the turrets. Holding it, of course, throws it. Dismantling is what we are. Bombard area is in here, as well as aiming and then firing. What it actually doesn't say here is actually if you double tap an area, it will lock to that area. So if we're single tap, it just fires. If we aim it over there, and of course it follows our aim constantly, but if we aim it over there, double tap, it didn't fire, but it just did a sound and did a little visual notification. It is actually now locked to that area. So I can look over there. And cool guys don't look at explosions, of course. Neither do cool gals. But yeah, we can just bombard that area without actually looking at it. And this is very handy with doors, because at doors, you don't really want to be aiming for yourselves anyway. So because of this as well, you can be triggering in sync and firing right away with it as well. Because of course, if you're without that, when you're aiming up, you're aiming very far away, or the mortar is trying to like hit the back wall or somewhere in the distance. And with this effect, you also quite often find people going like, I don't understand, I'm trying to aim over there and I can't get it to aim over there. This is what is happening. Double tapping again will release the lock. You have to be very deliberate in your tapping. So one thing that I'm quite used to, especially with fire cams, is just to shoot them out and then just jam on the button, just keep tapping it. You can't do that here. So actually, if you keep like doing this, it actually will never fire. Which I'm doing here is just tapping like very fast, and of course it's just locking and unlocking. And there it had one last one that fired it off. Moving on, of course, to the hive. They're very simple. You just toss them out. It's pretty much fire and forget. It's an area that it will kill in. It will also apply bleed, and of course, yeah, the explosive damage does not apply to it. Very briefly as well, for the explosive sticky, there is one trick to know, and that is you can, of course, aim it, as we'll have it available in a second. You can aim it like this, fire it, and then detonate it. You do need to detonate it as well after it's stuck to an enemy, because otherwise it doesn't do anything. One thing you can set is instant use skills in the controls. And this control as well, and it's on the key mapping, of course, which is in instant use skill agent or instant use agent skill number 1, which I have here on the mouse wheel buttons. If you're aiming somewhere, it's actually going to go to the center of the screen. You can, of course, even do it without aiming if you get really good at it and kind of know where your center of your screen is, or if you use outside help, outside of the game help. But you can kind of quickly aim at the enemy. Of course, especially with something more like a pistol, you can more easily see the center. And of course, as well, this is one of the reasons to actually use capacitor as well, as it is an AR, so it has the AR reticule. You aim it over an enemy, and in this case, I'm using the instant use skill. I use the wrong one, as usually I have the sticky, of course, on Q. Here I had it on E, and you can send it out without actually even using the aiming mechanic of it, and it's very fast as well. So you just aim with your AR and use that instant use skill. You can also double tap, actually, which does the same, but is, I find, usually a little bit more inconsistent. Setting your instant use skill seems to be usually the better choice, because, well, you can double tap and get the same result. Sometimes it will still lag out a little bit and then take you into this aiming menu, and this aiming menu always really annoys me and is very clunky and slows you down. So yeah, I would recommend setting that instant use skill. Then we have one last one, which is just the Seekers. And the Seekers are just fire and forget and very easy to use. Make sure that you're actually tossing them out and also not instant using them. And whenever actually as well, if they don't find enemies, they'll come back to you. And in that case, you can either jam on the button, tapping it instead of holding it. You can hold it to deconstruct them, but you can also tap it and they will try to refine targets. You have to be pretty close to enemies at that point, but yeah, it is a way to salvage them, because I quite often see people accidentally getting them in this state where they're like kind of by them. If you jam on the button, they'll go and find their targets. The bomber drone, we won't go into specifically much, and we won't use it here, but just to show it as how the usage of it is, as that sometimes also doesn't come true to everyone, is that you actually select it, you first deploy it, then you select the starting area for it. So this marker here will be its starting area. From that point, you're selecting a ending area, or where it's ending. You can make it be quite small, and it will drop multiple bombs in the same area, or you can make it very large, and of course it's hitting a larger area but with less bombs per meter, basically. And it is actually pretty effective at well, actually, of course, there it didn't do the thing I wanted it to do, but usually it's pretty effective with bombing enemies. But yeah, it showed perfectly actually why it is frustrating, as also it did not hit those two enemies. So yeah, we won't be using that one, but just to show how it worked. Of course. Oh, god damn it. Yeah. So we're redoing that part because I forgot to remove my face. My face is all up in that place, which I do not want. Although that's good too, because that was like 7 minutes and I need it to be shorter. Let's reload the build as was. Okay, I took too long there anyway, so that's fine. I'll redo the segment. I've done it now once. I really didn't think about that one, so it's good. Will Smith. Yeah, let's remove our health. Okay. Let's do the same thing, but better. What was my last sentence with the other one? Let's go on, listen. And, to me, that is worthwhile. If you jump into a section of tactics where I'll just briefly discuss the skills. I'll just briefly. Yeah, let's start in 3, 2. And yeah, to discuss some of the intricacies of the skills, we'll just go through them very briefly. First of all, held weapon is what does apply its attributes to skills. So in the case for here, we'll definitely be using shotguns for their 12% damage to armor. The capacitor, of course, again, has the same one. You do want to be holding them at the time of impact and such, of course, here. And that's very much not the relevance here because we'll be using all enemy or all weapons with damage to armor. And damage to armor does apply to all of the explosive skills. It only really doesn't apply to the ballistic skills, which is the sniper turret, the assault turret, and the striker drone. One thing as well, for instance, with the mop, of course, you need to be holding it. And this armor and kill and this preservation does actually apply from it, as we'll use the range here and some enemies over there while holding them up. We'll get both the armor and kill here, and the preservation then is the skill or the talent there, providing us the regeneration that we had there, regenerating all the way to full. And that is actually quite a handy tool. So I sometimes grab them up, I sometimes grab the capacitor, depending on what I kind of need. Here we have the mortar. The mortar has this marker. It will be the same button as the skill is on that you deploy it with, and you deploy it, of course, as just in any of the turrets. You can also double tap to quick deploy it. And one thing that kind of catches people out is while you just tap once, you will fire. If you double tap, you actually mark a location. So as you see there, when I double tap, it does a sound. It does a little sound and also does a visual kind of marker. And now it is actually locked to that area. So I can look around and it will fire when I want single tap. It will fire at that area. And this is one of the things that a lot of people don't understand, and they're like, oh, I want to aim over there, but my mortar doesn't want to do it. You have to be very deliberate in either double tapping to lock it to an area, and then single tapping it once to just fire. And that's very important with the mortar, because especially as well, if you're, for instance, door camping, it can be very handy to just place it somewhere where it will hit the enemies coming out of the doors, because then as well you can aim up. Because normally if you're not locked, if you're aiming up at an enemy, your mortar is kind of like firing off into the distance. Instead, we will lock it into this area. I will trigger in sync, and even while triggering in sync, I'm going to fire at the same area. And I'm being very deliberate to do single taps so that I don't unlock it. And this is also very handy because you can kind of put it over there. And of course, cool guys and cool gals don't look at explosions. So we can just, even be firing at places where we're not looking at. Let's move on to the hive. And the hive is very useful. It is very simple to use. And while the explosive damage, again, does not apply to it, it is so strong that it is usable without it even. The skill damage from the build, of course, does apply. And you just throw it. It kills the enemies. It will also... both the mortar and the hive apply bleed, triggering our perfect shock and awe on our backpack. If we then move on to the next skill, which will use the explosive sticky here. The explosive sticky has one thing that all of the other explosive skills really don't, and that is that it can go through doorways, and that makes it very handy for especially in missions or when doing territory controls and such, where they're spawning from a door. All of the other skills will not hit them through the boundary, and we'll discuss that as well in gameplay as well, likely run into it several times. With the explosive sticky, there is, of course, the normal way that you use it is that you kind of aim like this, and then fire it, and then explode it. One thing you can do as well is actually double tap. Whenever you're double tapping, it's going to go to the center of your screen, so you can quite quickly fire it. And one handy trick that always exists with all of the stickies, including as well the EMP sticky, is that if you equip an AR, so for instance, in this case, the capacitor, because it also has damage to armor while held, and is also a skill damage weapon, so it's quite useful. It has a marker that is from the ARs and not a big fat circle of the shotguns. And if you're aiming at the enemy and double tap, it will go to that exact spot and blow that enemy up. One other thing that you can use for that as well is if you go into your settings and key mapping, although of course this is only PC, you have this instant use skill 1 and 2. You can set it to something. So in my case, it's with the mouse wheels, and I can actually scroll in or zoom in ADS and scroll down to instantly fire it without even double tapping, which I find a little bit more handy, because double tapping sometimes still takes you into just this aiming because the game just didn't recognize that you were double tapping. The next one that we'll discuss here is the seekers, and the seekers are very easy. One thing I'll just say about them is that sometimes they will not find enemies, and then you can actually, if you tap a few times on the button that they're on, every time you're tapping, it'll try to re-find enemies, meaning that in the times that it didn't find enemies and rolled all the way back to you and is just following you around, just double tap, just tap on it quite a bit, and then it will try to re-find enemies. And it's very much a fire and forget, but it's just very not useful, because a lot of enemies, especially on heroic, just evade it. The other one we'll briefly discuss, although it has a clunkiness to it, is the explosive drone, and we'll just say discuss it here because a lot of people don't actually understand how it works. You first press will deploy it, then you have this marker, same as kind of the mortar's marker, wherever you press the button, that will become its initial point, so it will start bombing from here, and then you select an endpoint, and depending on how far or how close you put that, you will have multiple bombs. If you make it very close to each other, you have multiple bombs hitting each area. If you make it a very long line, you'll have basically a less density per area. And one of its downsides, of course, there, for instance, doesn't have a long duration. Another one is, let's see if it actually will work. It is supposed to work in the range, but there, for instance, it hit that sign and just blew up, and that's the frustrating part. But we'll select the start point, we'll select an endpoint, and third time's a charm, right? Come on, boy. I know you can do it. There you go, good boy. Somewhat effective. Somewhat frustrating. Let's move on to some gameplay. Really? I was standing his ass in his spot. But yeah, that's why we don't use explosive rounds. Let's reload the build as was. Well, I should grab a capacitor. And yeah, I'm gonna swap accounts, and while I'm doing that, I'll keep us busy a little bit. Yeah, I need to log out over there, because otherwise it will break everything, and I mean everything. Because yeah, we're taking first the Empress build. Should I just do missions with it? I feel I should just do missions with it, right? Like 2 missions and then something with Hollywood at the end, just to show it with Hollywood. So I'm trying to think what else to do with it. I think missions might just be the simplest thing as well. I can kind of walk and talk kind of thing. Do I need these other systems still? We'll keep it active for now. We might need it for our outro. Yeah, lock the mortar targets. Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, that locking is quite handy, and also it's the thing that kind of sometimes, yeah, like people go the exact thing I kind of said there. Like they'll go, oh, Ubisoft Connect, can you go away? I logged out. How are you still up? But yeah, people will lock it to an area accidentally by just jamming on the button, because usually that kind of works for most of the other skills, and then they'll go like, yeah, the thing doesn't work. I'm trying to fire over here and it's over there. But yeah, you need to be very well, I mean, you don't need to be very deliberate, but you need to, like, after a while, you'll know, like, the speed of, if you tap faster than this, it'll locked to an area. As Ubisoft Connector decided to, after I logged out, to actually just still be up. So the main window was still up and it needed to like crash out all the way. So there it went, and I've logged into the new one, and we're going into this account because yeah, we'll use first the Empress one just to show that one and then show the other one. Because yeah, the Empress one is just same, but just a little bit less damage. But it's also like 6% or something less damage. So it's also like you can do without if you need to. This may break audio. Kind of think it did. And what I just did may have fixed the audio, and it looks like it did. I think I'll do it old school, right? I'll just matchmake into 2 missions. I'll take this character.
Safe area detected.
Because I feel what I should do is yeah, just do a mission with them, try to get something from the start. This gal hasn't done her invasion yet, right? Or we've done parts? We've done parts. Okay. I wouldn't mind getting Grand Washington, which is likely actually going to happen because it's a remaining invaded mission. Trying to think. I mean, well, there's a bunch of missions that, yeah, if I really could choose, I would maybe pick them. Especially air and space, for instance. I might actually try matchmaking for air and space. Or DUA, actually, as well. Yeah. But yeah, I don't mind Grand Washington either, especially the invaded boss fight is very explosive buildy. Let's just random matchmake. Let's see what we get. And yeah, on the loading screen, I'll just...
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
I'll put this here. Wall Street. I'll let them have that. Is that a daily maybe, actually? What's the daily? Wall Street. It's also part of the weekly, of course. Actually, today as well, the pathway is actually the weekly. Earlier this week, Wall Street was part of it, now pathways. So Liberty was part of the league, so a lot of people will likely be completing those. Let's try again. I'd rather have a DC mission that isn't as long. Let me actually get that other footage in here as well. And actually, because how long was that? That was 7 minutes. I'm okay with 7 minutes. A little longer than I want, but all of this together is 29 minutes, which is a bit long, but it's fine. We discussed a lot of things. Yeah, let's just try again.
Hostile control point identified.
DC.
Invite to another.
You know what? I'm just gonna matchmake for this, and let's see actually what gives me someone. I wouldn't mind going up against Black Dusk as well, just to get disrupted at some point and discuss that as well. Mostly DCD is just too easy of a mission and too fast.
I signed up to fight, not babysit supply.
Actually, you getting toss skills there? No, right? Safe area. Because I'm curious, actually, if this is maybe a good place to...
Are you in denial or just stupid?
Because it despawns the skill, right? Oh, yeah, it despawns. Yeah. Let's try random matchmaking again.
Civilians in distress.
Hello? That doesn't want to... that doesn't want to give me anything. Let's jump back here actually in the meanwhile. We'll try one more time. Might try logging out and in because we might be timed out basically. Because we declined 2 missions.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Financial district, Wall Street. Also accepted. Yeah, let's go to Wall Street. Here I've accepted an invitation to Wall Street, most likely as they're in the financial district, and it is the daily for today. And yeah, as expected, it is. Looking at my allies, they are somewhat of lower level. I am running the Empress variant here, and while this mission isn't really in line for this build, we'll still try to make it work, because one of the things with the explosive build, it does work. It is very much an effective build. It isn't top tier or anything, but you can very much get really good results with it. To me, it gets outclassed in general play with by especially Eclipse, kind of. Although, of course, I'm very aligned with Eclipse. It is very much my playstyle. And that means that, yeah, I'm very... fuck. Nah, let's leave it there. I thought the event was on, but then actually it's not. Like, I was actually correct. We'll leave this, guys. Nothing's dying.
You have
let's leave them to it. I was assuming the event was on. Like, I was like, why is there 4 jammers? But event isn't on, right? Yeah, no, it isn't. Like, what? What? Okay. People just... Because yeah, I heard 3 jammers go off and I was like, this must be the global event. Turns out, no, people just like running jammers. Let's attempt again. I wouldn't mind not getting...
invite to another agent's group. Receive.
Foggy, okay. As I'm accepting here an invite to Foggy Bottom, so likely we are going to Potomac Event Center, I'm going to guess. Or there might be matchmaking for a different mission than in that zone.
Another agent has joined.
Which seems to be the case as we're going to the capital. Capital isn't invaded this week, so it'll be the normal variant, and I wouldn't mind doing Capital, although the outside area here isn't very much for this build. We can do a thing towards the end, which very much is a thing for this build. I'm looking at my allies and seeing their SHD levels and such. They're pretty low, they're waiting for what exactly? If I leave the bounty, or if I leave the mission area here, we'll... lose the matchmaker.
An agent has left your group.
And seem to be struggling to find purpose here. I'll end it there, actually. Let's... I wouldn't mind doing it with this guy, but first of all, we'll need
Another agent is now
a
in your
damage dealer as well here. I'm okay with them. And we'll just restart that one. Well, and I've found some allies here at the capital. And we have actually some NPCs with their mortars. I'm hoping my mortar is a little bit more effective than their mortars. And let's go find out. I'm running the Empress variant, which with the capacitor here. Here I'm using as a secondary the Hive. And I'm very much going to try to get myself into a position where I can spawn camp, basically. And do that consistently through this entire mission. This mission has a lot of condensed areas where a build like this can do good work, although most of it is in later sections, not so much outside here. I'm going to just run through these. I've maybe overextended, but that is fine because I know how to juke and jive, and we're juking and we're jiving, and we're gonna run away bravely to this area and hopefully not get hit while going in there. Although, of course, when you ask and you shall receive the opposite, because the game knows. Yeah, while I'm down, I'm gonna just wait for my allies. Hopefully they will get to me. Because I am in a pretty safe area. There's only one enemy behind me there, which they need to be aware of. And I'm fine going down. Sometimes you have to be aggressive, and sometimes you pay the price for being aggressive. If I could have gotten my mortar, especially down there, I could have spawn camped the door where they spawn from, and I still might be able to get a wave. In here, they spawn from either side, so sometimes it's very much a 50-50. But at least here I have a chance, and of course, my mortar, because of the screen shake there, went the wrong way. I'm gonna push in, get my hive there. If they spawn there, they're very much dead. If they spawn somewhere else, they're very much isn't dead. The boss is already admitting this though, last wave, so while I was down, they moved on without me, kind of. I'll try to catch the boss here, and hopefully I'll be a lot more effective inside than I will be outside. We'll see if that happens. I'm gonna actually push up here. Of course, there is a cheese to do here, which involves me going through the gate, blending through the gate. But also, I don't really need to do that, although I'm waiting for them to just push the button. Because, yeah, as you can see, I can land one in there. One thing with the mortars is you can only have one in the air at a time, meaning that when you're firing one, you have to wait all the time before it lands, or till it lands, to fire the next one. And that means that, especially if you have a much shorter firing distance, so if I'm firing at enemies that aren't all the way across the map, like I'm doing there, then you can actually get better rate of fire from your mortar. And yeah, I'm deciding that wasn't very effective what I was doing. I'm gonna just push into here, being very aggressive, but mostly I want to be all the way up here. I'm gonna actually mortar myself there. My demolitionist gives me a protection from one hit from explosives. That includes your own explosives. So there, if I was any other class than demolitionist, I would have actually gone down from being hit by that explosive skill. Although, of course, I couldn't have a mortar if I didn't have, if I wasn't, in fact, and there we have the nemesis of mine, which is heavies. As with eclipses, mortar builds, explosive builds in general as well, don't do much against them. I'm leaving loot behind, but that's fine. Let's just move it on forward. And that means that they're very much my my buddies' duty to deal with. I just want to have a quick inspect, see what my allies are, and kind of guess how powerful or weak we are as a team. And in this case, I would say decently weak, as there is one non-build, one half striker, mostly down to their SHG levels as well. That half striker, like they're trying, they don't have all of the tools yet. Here we have a mortar, and I've forgotten to pick up my hive and bring it along. I'm going to use my grenade launcher here, and I have no tools really to deal with being jammed, where, for instance, of course, if you are even through a drone, you're likely a technician, meaning that you have at the very least Faraday available to you to use that to sometimes negate the effects of disruption. Whenever disruption happens here, and especially very noticeable with Black Tusk, whenever one of the dogs explodes, I don't really have a way to avoid that. Someone's running tardigrade, really handy for me in this case, although not really handy in general, because it weakens any build it's on. I'm going to try and on a lot of parts here. So there is that railing there. So when I try to actually shoot up, I'm going to actually shoot way up and try to hit the upper wall. Because the walls behind enemies will cause the mortar to explode and try to hit them. Because one of the things, of course, is, yeah, when you're aiming up, if it hits the railing, it will only damage the enemies on this side of the railing. And that's kind of kind of annoying, really. One thing I have as well is I have a grenade launcher. You will get a lot of grenade ammo. We're not even doing Hollywood here or anything, where you get even more ammo for for your grenade launchers and specialization weapons and such. Even here, like there's a drop there. Used a bunch already. Next enemy kill will also likely give a drop as well. Oh well, the next one, because yeah, there's the group ammo there is now completely filled up. Next kill will give us another 2 charges here. And yeah, I'll try to keep up with my allies. I won't leave my hive behind this time because I'll need it for especially the next room, and get some charges on it. But even with all of the skill haste we have on build, I'm gonna grab this chest over here. All of the skill haste we have on build, the hive still recharge pretty slowly, like in comparison to if you're ever using a BTSU or such. You get a very fast hive, and that's because of the nature of the BTSU and its skill haste for the hives. And here I'm just tossing out my hive, getting in sync triggered, and really leaving that guy, for instance, to my allies. I'll deal with this next wave a little bit. Because I'm not a heavy single target damage dealer. I'm very much a group-wide damage dealer. And we'll try to make use of that, especially as well in the boss room later on. And this, of course, also is a really good way to, for instance, with proficiency, get all of these skills proficient, all of the explosive ones, including even the bomber drone, if you have to. I'm going to assume here that my allies are not going to go upstairs, which advanced teams here definitely will do. So instead, we're going to hold them down here, but I can kind of very much help along. And I'm going to try to hit that back wall basically and hit enemies with them. And one thing I will try here as well is actually the position I've taken here will allow me to fire into that room, which there is, of course, always angles to get through the door, and I'm kind of doing that here. I'm not triggering in sync, mostly because I'm just very focused on trying to get that area hit in. There's going to be a heavy as well here, and I'm gonna put my hive on there. I kept my hive as a backup just in case a lot of things escaped. Not much did. I'll use it over there. Actually, it was useless over there. And these would be the points where I would actually start swapping, and I will gonna deconstruct that hive so that I have it back in a few seconds. And we're gonna go to having an and here, instead of the mortar, as the mortar was on cooldown there, I used my grenade launcher to get just some damage out. Because next, on the ceiling here, we're gonna run into a problem that all explosive builds, a lot of builds kind of have, is doorways and boundaries. Likely in the future, I'll actually do an in-depth, well, not an in-depth guide, but we'll likely do an only tips on door boundaries and kind of what skills do and don't go through door boundaries. Because, for instance, here, the enemies are spawning in that door. If I even hit them with a mortar, even while the door is open, it will only splash up to the door boundary. And up here, of course, we'll have that as well. One skill that does go through, well, actually you have two tools that really go through, but one of the skills that goes through is explosive sticky. You can send it into a room. The other tool you have is the grenade launcher, because the grenade launcher can also go into room. But actually here it's very wasted because my allies decided to rush in, which is kind of sad. I could have door camped them quite easily. Here now, actually, I would be much better off going back to the hive. Although I'll try to catch the next wave, although I should be a lot closer if that is my goal. So let's make that my goal. We'll see. We'll see if I survive this. And I'm hoping for, well, they spawned on the other side, which makes it kind of a moot point. But I can still actually, well, the boss is still alive, which is a rarity here. I haven't seen the boss stay alive for this long in a long time. And here, of course, we'll actually do the thing I wanted to do. And yeah, there we killed 4 enemies inside of the boundary there, where I normally can't hit them. I'm happy that melee didn't connect for some reason. I have no idea. Anyway, we still cleared it out. Pretty good.
Copy. Awaiting confirmation.
All right. When you're ready, set up a flare so we can get that briefcase somewhere.
I'm gonna grab all of these grenades. And you know what? I'll grab my loot as well. As usually we have to wait for the chopper anyway. There's a chevron in there. And we're going to go into the boss room. Now, in this boss room, there is very much a cheese you can do. You can leave one person in the circle, the rest can camp them while they're spawning. Especially having oxys or flame eclipses really make that much more viable. An explosive build, though, can not completely do it the same way that other builds can do it, but it's not too horrible for it, and I'll try to show that here. Even though actually in general matchmaking I usually don't, because it's very, first of all, cheesy, and secondly, one person needs to kind of stay in the circle, and the game's not fun for that one person usually, unless they really like being lazy. There are people that enjoy being lazy. So. For them, it's the perfect task, of course. I'm gonna put my hive there to be ready for the very first wave that spawns out there. All of the enemies that spawn are actually spawning in that area, in that little courtyard or behind there. And here I'm just gonna send some grenades over to help my allies and just weaken a few enemies, kill a few enemies. And I'm just gonna go get set up here. I'm hoping at least one other ally kind of knows this tactic and joins me, because one of the things I, again, can't deal with well is, of course, heavies. And there will be heavies. There will definitely be heavies. I'm actually, as well, going to use the tactic of double tapping. So I'm going to double tap that into position, although it really doesn't want to. Actually, you can't double tap in there because it's not within view of sight. The second these guys actually trigger this, you can already see there's a lot of red arrow, a lot of red there, and yeah, I'm doing quite a lot of damage. The mortar isn't a spawn in the way that I'm trying to get it to fire, but hello again. Yes. Sometimes I mean I'm double tapping and triple tapping, and it really doesn't want to fire. I'm gonna deconstruct it. I haven't ran into that before, but now we have. So there's that. We'll likely have a bunch of escapees here, just because of that. My skill is still unavailable. Okay, there it goes. It's available. And although usually as well, I don't use mortar here. I'm usually the oxy or the flame or the fire eclipse here. And yeah, that is super effective in this area, because especially as well here, of course, I'm shooting the enemies that are kind of coming out and leaving hives for them. The fire eclipse I'll show in a second. There's a hole actually, and it's somewhat known tactic, although not like a lot. So we'll show it here. And yeah, the heavies are doing heavy damage to us as well. And my allies very much need to murder them, as I really don't do much damage against them. But the hole is over here. You can actually shoot oxys and fire chems through this hole and actually catch them in their spawn. Explosive builds can't really catch them in their spawns, or well, I don't know how to catch them in their spawns really. Here and there, I'm using the capacitor because I can get a few charges on it on this fight. I'm gonna just wait for my allies. One tool I should use as well here, although actually it's empty, is the grenade launcher. We used it quite a bit. And yeah, we'll just keep sending over. I'll try firing inside again, although of course last time that didn't work out for us, but it's actually working out now. Because there is a boundary at that door, so inside hits inside, outside hits outside, and I don't really have the sustaining power to really camp this all by myself, where for instance an Eclipse barely can, because it's setting everything on fire and then blowing them up. But I'm getting my stuff back, so they're getting out a little bit, but also it's not that there's a full escape really. Yeah, I'm gonna try to find the angle again. And here it is a little bit clunky. There's stuff in the way. I'm trying to aim inside, but of course, it's being made extra hard as well with my allies in front of me and stuff, but it's fine. But especially like there, we hit a ton of enemies. I should actually just be taking cover. I shouldn't even be exposed, really. And I should be trying to trigger an in-sync here and there, but also, yeah, I don't want to poke up in front of my allies. Anyway. Well, especially in Oxy, if you have an Oxy plus a Fire Eclipse here, that bar that is filling up, you will have killed all of the enemies by the time it reaches like 10%, especially on the second wave. Here we took a little bit more than that. But of course we still killed it. We're gonna have the last wave. The boss will spawn up there. 2 waves will spawn down here. I'll take care of the 2 waves. Hopefully my allies take care of the boss. But yeah, I'll focus down here because I'll be most effective down here. My allies will likely help here, and once there's nothing to kill here, they'll go kill the boss. As we got actually as a pull up on field proficiency from yesterday still. Fill that up.
Stand by to attach the briefcase.
And as the same way with Eclipse fire chems and such, you will actually have an indicator. So my indicator is in there. The second enemy spawn, it kind of goes red and the circle kind of came in. So I know that now enemies are inside of it. And the same as well, just in the outer world, you have that if there's enemy inside of it, it will go red or it will actually light up. Meaning that, yeah, that you know when you're actually going to hit someone, although of course they could be running away and actually get away from it in time. Yeah, and then the boss is still here. I'm gonna toss a hive here, help along as best as can. And one thing I'm not doing very well here, although that's partially down to talking as well, such, and trying to keep an eye out and you know, getting it, trying to get something out of these fights, is that I'm not getting in sync up well. I'm not stacking with capacitor much. And what happens once we kill this last enemy, we can actually escape. And yeah, there's a ton of loot here. We'll have a brief look and reconstruct what remains. And yeah, here we have a Grupo as our targeted, meaning that if you are looking to make a build similar to this, you kind of do need those 2 Grupo pieces. They're kind of non-negotiable. You can replace them with 2 pieces of Honey, but you're giving up so much damage that it doesn't feel like the same build. It is very much a recommendation to go out of your way and get those Grupo Sombra pieces with skill haste, skill damage, 2 pieces. It can be any of the pieces, so it can be masks and gloves, knee pads, holsters, the easy parts. Although, of course, if you get lucky and get a backpack or something, or a chest with a valuable talent, because, of course, as well as opportunistic can be a valuable talent here, because it gives group damage. Perfect opportunistic, not so much, just because you want to keep the brand bonuses. In this one, we would have to give up either the 3rd piece Empress. If we were to go perfect opportunistic, we would either have to give up the 3rd piece Empress or the China brand or the Grupo brand. And all of those are pretty big losses. So actually with the other one, we can replace a Wyvern with perfect opportunistic, and that's a little bit more viable. But I actually very much enjoy having that total skill damage from Perfect Shock and Awe, mostly because as well it's at its full 20%. We don't have a different source for total skill damage as yet. Our chest bonus is glass, so it's not additive to anything else. If we had, for instance, kinetic momentum, the 2 of those would be additive to each other. So yeah, here we did a little bit of a cheese on Capital. And we'll have a little look at our stats and see that, yeah, we, of course, killed the most and rolled even over. And that's, of course, that end part. I was killing most of the enemies that were spawning there and making it very hard for anybody else to get kills there. Let's move on to the sacrifice variant, and we'll discuss it more there.
An agent is no longer in your group.
Yeah.
An An agent has reconnected.
I'll leave these guys behind. I had some pieces I could have shared and stuff. Let's just move on and that's the camera. Needs a new battery as well. That was actually pretty long, it felt. Let's actually see how long that was. Also, at a few parts, I was like...
Safe area entered.
I went quiet and I was like, do we keep this or do we... I mean, it's a stronghold, right? Takes a little bit. It's good to show the cheese there, especially even like not showing it with Eclipse. Yeah, that mortar. I have no idea what happened with the initial waves. Like the mortar just suddenly decided to not work anymore. But yeah, that one was like 20 minutes, which is kind of long. I'm okay with it though still, I think. I might be able to trim off a little bit of the fat at the start. Because we had a pretty like slow start. It's a total of 50 minutes already. But I also feel I basically hit a lot of the points that I would want to make about this build anyway. Actually, yeah, let's vendor sort. I should drop some of this stuff for them. Yeah, I picked up this mask specifically actually to share, man. But if buts and if what was the thing? If ifs and buts was candies and what? Something. I always forget to say. I have 20 caches still from yesterday. I should clean this up. But I totally forgot, of course. Yeah. Let's leave this account over here. And we'll have to account swap once again. I will take the other one into a mission as well, and then just briefly... Like, what's a really powerful way to show Hollywood? I should have just quit game damage. We'll log that as if I was in a team or something. Yeah, we'll leave that one behind. We'll log them out. And we'll log in back to main account so we have the sacrifice variant. That's my password. It's just a lot of du. Yeah. Too many D's. Yeah. I usually look over and check before I go into it, but I just didn't that one time. Although I've done it before as well, of course, but the last time was like a long while ago. It was I think it was in the Tech Tank video, right? But also I was kind of... It was getting late and tired. But yeah, usually I look over there as well just to check if audio isn't delayed. And if my face is on the screen. Hello again. Consult your doctor before playing if you have serious medical conditions. I mean, what's serious? I have medical conditions, but are they serious? I'm serious about them. The doctor seemed pretty serious when he told me. Yeah, that list is just silly. A little bit of a smoothie. Smoothie mustache.
Safe.
Is enemy of the regulars? Yeah, no, okay. Checking there if any of the regulars were really online. And although I think I'll just matchmake. I feel it's usually a little bit better if I just matchmake, because then as well, like with really powerful teams, I'm usually as well struggling just to keep up because I'm talking and thinking and stuff. So usually I get like at least a few bad team members and just one good one, and then I get to shine a little. I get to act as if I'm better than I am. That's yeah. Put me next to Toasty and it looks like I'm an idiot. Looking at if I want to go after a specific mission, not really. There's a bunch of them that kind of work. Yeah, let's just random matchmake here. We'll see what we get. I'll likely start it when we hit the loading screen. Yeah, let's go.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
Downtown West. I might decline that invitation. I'll try again in a second. I said I was going to be bank. And bank is kind of a, actually, well, I mean, bank has some areas as well. Actually, the boss fight is really good for it. Also, the vault defense, of course, is. But that player was very, not ready. He was very not ready for heroic, even though he was matchmaking for heroic, of course. Is everybody in the global event? Is that what's going on? I mean, Hollywood's pretty good for just farming match points. As long as you're... I mean, it's not as good as most of the others, but in a group, it's at least okay. Let's log out and log in this character, just to reset their session. Because yeah, they might have not liked that we declined an invite.
Safe area entered.
Yeah. Matchmake. Make of the matches.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Manning. I don't want to do Manning. Manning is way too long. We're already on a... Like, we already did one very long mission because that capital was like 20 minutes. I want a quick, fast mission, kind of just to show this one does more damage. Because it's also, like, through the footage, it won't even show because it's not that much stronger that you'll notice it for its extra damage.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
Manning National Zoo. Oh, this gal has done invasion up to that point, hasn't she? Yeah. Manning is the next invaded mission, so it's trying to put me in there. Luckily, I know better than... Although, well, we declined 2 again. Let's log out and log in again. Because yeah, I might actually try in a second to see if I may find other victims. Or victims in a different way.
Safe area detected.
Come on, I believe in you. They're going to countdown and just murder the entire team. By the first hunter, put my murder down. Just have it to be hacked and just... Best griefing build, EU. Hey, come on. Give me a mission. You know what? I'm gonna try matchmaking for bank actually. See if we get someone. I might actually run in and try to trigger it to get someone. Sirs, madams. Because I may... Oh, that's not the difficulty I was looking for. I mean, I know it's a Monday night, but still. Hello? Player base? Oh, wait.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
DUA, I'll take DUA. And here we're loading into DUA. I've accepted the invite. Let's see how far in they are. DUA again is a somewhat of a long mission. We already did Capital, which takes quite a while because this is well very related to it, to being a stronghold. Yeah, damn it. I mean, I'm not even going to stay here. Yeah. No. First of all, that, but also
Another agent has joined
cool
your
skills. Cool skills is not something I can just even really deal with. I become just a mortar, and that's like, I don't want that. Yeah, I don't know if anybody out there is maybe interested in maybe joining me. As we can maybe use that then. Usually I prefer doing just random matching because I always feel bad as well as I'm not paying attention to people.
location guarded by
If
hostiles.
matching or not. But I might take take that here because yeah, then we can do bang. I don't know if anybody's available at the time because it's a Monday evening, not everybody's on. Ah, that's what you're doing on the hardcore. Right. Yeah, because I did see you on. Yeah, actually, I still as well. Okay, I still need to do a Nemesis run after this, but hopefully we won't need to do. We won't need to go in like hard for it. Or well, this is basically this. Do I want to do a cheese or something with a bounty, or just even show a bounty just with Hollywood on and just show explosions, and then outro. We'll go back here and do outro and then be done with it. Yeah. Yeah, Xander still also loading this guy here. Another screen. Oh, yeah, if you're willing, seems. Yeah. But actually, if I need a Nemesis run, although yeah, and like a little bit, I'll be doing one as well, so we can maybe run that one together. But yeah, just jump on me whenever. But then we'll start it with 2-man into bank, and I'll set the group to open, and hopefully it'll backfill with some people in. Actually, how many stars do I have? Well, I've gotten a bunch, yeah, under 46.
Another agent is now in your
Could
group.
have fast traveled here already, so that saving excuse a loading screen, but yeah. That was if I was smart. I wasn't paying attention there. Yeah, we'll start this. Let's actually take Fog of War and Norwegian, because then I'll also show the Norwegian thing. And Fog of War really doesn't matter here anyway. Anyways, without the global events, and it's heroic. Let's gonna set my group to open because at the first boss fight it will turn off otherwise. Anyway, there's a group coming, so let's head in.
You're gonna need
I'll just start the recording in like
the item the
a
hyena
second
stole.
now as well.
Protected hostiles identified.
And we'll start with the two of us. I should turn on matchmaking as well, just so it looks like we're matchmaking. And here we are heading into bank headquarters where some hyenas are around. I'm here with Scooby, just as I recruited someone to help me as a matchmaker. Was not very wasn't working out for me. We are still going to matchmake and get some people, but I've chosen this mission as there's a lot of very long missions as part of daily and weekly projects, and I wanted something a little bit shorter. There's some stuff left to say, but not a lot. We are now on the other variant, the sacrifice variant. This one does quite a bit more damage. It won't be really noticeable, I feel, on footage, but especially when playing it, it is very noticeable. And especially on missions like this, which are very compact, it's very strong. One thing as well with Bank, as we'll run into here, is that I've also set my... While matchmaking here, currently, we also have the... Oh, shit, there's a global event on. Those enemies... Yeah. Let's restart it. After this one. Sorry. Wait, why is the global event on? This... Did it turn on from... No, it's off. Wait, why were enemies glowing? Visually. What? Let's try turning it on and off. Because yeah, the enemies were glowing. That was weird. I'm gonna turn the event on and off. Let's go to back to a shared space so we don't keep, because we'll have two loading screens. No. My X button is a little bit broken. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, the global event is off, but those guys were glowing, right? Like, I wasn't crazy. I mean, I'm crazy, but that wasn't the reason I was crazy, right? Because we're activating it here, then we're going to deactivate it. Also, yeah, Hollywood activated, but it's not showing up there as activated. Right? I mean, well, yeah. Well, no, because enemies weren't actually getting the explosion thing. Because that confused me. Like, I saw them be yellow, but they weren't getting the extra explosion. But then, yeah. But yeah, just visually, it's going to be weird otherwise. Like, it will lead to... Let's see if it is the same now. And otherwise, maybe I need to restart and, like, resession and stuff. We'll see. I have to do bank right now, but game says I'm not allowed to join the Oh, you mean with your low-level character? Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's not allowed, indeed. Yeah, that's not how. Okay, Hollywood deactivated. Group matchmaking is still open, right? Matchmake here as well. Yeah, actually, I'm still recording all of this. Let me actually delete that recording right away. Because this is nothing, and that is that one. Yeah.
Another agent has joined your
yeah, let's head in, and I'll hit record.
You're gonna need to get the access codes to the vault to recover the item the hyena stole from Air Force One. Our hyena insider says whoever's
gonna wait for Manny's text to finish.
Will have a key card that should give you access to the vault.
And here we are sneaking into bank headquarters. I've recruited Scooby here to, as a regular, to help me along. We did get some matchmaking into here after a little of a wait. We're going into here without Hollywood still on. Hollywood is available for these weeks, but I'm keeping it off for now, as we'll do a separate part with it. I've moved on over to the build with the sacrifice, so this is the much more powerful variant. It is very noticeable when you're playing it. I'm not sure how it will, if it will kind of show up on the footage as such. But yeah, it is very much, you notice that just bigger numbers. There are much bigger numbers. And not really at much of a loss, because yeah, we are moving up to perfect sacrifice, but that's just 10% more incoming to us as well. But that's, you won't feel the difference between 50 and 60. And especially with missions like this, where there are a lot of enemies very tightly packed together, we can actually do a ton of damage, of course. I'm gonna go and try and be very aggressive. And especially later on with the vault and of course the boss room, I'll have a lot of effectiveness. I left my hive down there just in case they were spawning down there, and I went upstairs. I am gonna jump down, even though I have loot there. I'm just gonna go over into this closet where there is a chest. So I want all my loots, and yeah, this is one of the not best hit chests, but yeah, as you notice, not well known. One thing I have as well, I have my group set to open, because actually at the boss fight here, if we were normally matchmaking, although we've filled up, so it's not an issue, but normally if you're matchmaking normally with older missions, it will actually end if there is a mid-boss. In this case, of course, there is a mid-boss, and it would have been, at that point, it would end matchmaking. Setting your group to open is one way to bypass that. My hive has gone missing. Oh, actually, gone missing and came back. And here I'm just gonna help my allies along, give them a ton of screen shake, which is not helping them along. That is one of the downsides, one of the big downsides. A lot of people dislike as well playing alongside of people, both with Reguluses and also, of course, with these explosive builds. If my mortar lands pretty close to an enemy or to an ally, well, targeting an enemy, it will actually give them heavy screen shake. And yeah, that is one of the downsides, and one of the things I would hope they would remove at some point. We'll take our toilet loot here, as yeah, there is almost of a running joke that there is a ton of loot inside of toilets in the Division, especially in the older DC missions. Trying to keep up with my ally, even though they're rushing in, which is not smart of them. They aren't even really doing anything with it. They're just rushing in for the sake of rushing in. They likely like doing top damage. They likely won't though here, as I'll do my best to eat them quite handily, because one of the things that explosive builds can do is actually quite often win on damage. Mostly down to if you can spawn camp heavily. And yeah, there we do that quite handily.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
One thing was still alive. We'll quickly inspect my allies just so I kind of know how powerful we are as a group. We have an Umbra there, a 3-piece Umbra. Without a ninja bike? Because there was a ninja bike knee pad. That is not the right ninja bike for this. If you're 3-piecing Umbra, you've made poor life choices at that point. I'm gonna use my hive here, toss it in deep. It will kind of catch everything in there. I'm gonna actually as well put my mortar there, try to catch this next wave as it spawns, and make short work of them. And yeah, mortar builds are actually very powerful. The thing is, they're not as utility friendly as especially Eclipses. Eclipses do most of the same kind of damage and kind of the same damage at the same points by doing spread damage, but explosive builds at that points as well, just they have decent sustain, but doesn't spread as far. But they do deal really good damage, especially, for instance, here. We're going to have 2 waves, or well, several waves spawning here from the 2 sides. We're going to camp them at this entrance here. I'm even going to leave my mortar on that end. I'm hoping one of our allies goes and hits the button. Only one ally needs to be up there and hit the button. The rest of us can be down here and camp it. Although somebody does need to go be hitting the button. I'll go actually. As my hive is back there, so it'll do a lot of damage. I'll show the fastest way to get in here, because you can go through the doors, which is the obvious way it seems. But you can go through this window, and then when you actually hit this button, the door's open.
Search query.
And yeah, that window, of course, you don't have to interact with the door and wait till it opens and stuff like that. And one of the things that mortar builds kind of can do is because I am all the way over here, my hive is actually over there, killing everything. But I can even actually fire my mortar still. Although, of course, it's very hard to target when you're this far away. But actually, I did hit there. So you can be very far away. One other thing as well is actually if you're reviving allies or such, you can actually still fire your mortar. So you can place your mortar to overwatch you, and even while you're reviving allies, you can actually press and hold the F, and then also press the E button, in my case, as is here, to fire some mortars off. My hive is fully, or well, most of the way up again. We'll send it out there and wait for the next wave. One thing with this area is I never really crossed the boundary of those two doors. Because one of the things that happens here is if all 4 team members, or all team members of a group, depending on group size, of course, in this case 4, if all 4 of us go on the other side here, we will actually fail. It will pop up objective failed. And the boundary is the one on the minimap. Also here we have Fog of War and no regen active. Fog of War is quite easy to deal with, especially in missions, because you... well, after a while, you'll know where all of the spawns are. At least most people will. And no regen is actually pretty much free. And I feel a lot of people still haven't found out how free it is. As of course, no regen disables your regen when you're out of combat. That's actually what it's no regening. We'll likely still have a last wave here at very low seconds. Maybe. Yeah. And the reason I knew it had spawned is because we triggered in combat.
Search query finished. Subject located.
And no regen, to go back to that, all you really need to do is when you're out of combat, the normal times you would have...
That doesn't sound good.
and yeah, here the timer is ended, so all of us can go through here. Go get our loots and get out of here.
Searching for a way out of the vault. Matches.
One of the
Okay, let me see.
things, there are several ways that you can actually bypass it. So if I had taken damage now, you're out of combat here. Imagine I had taken damage. If I were to swap my weapons, I would pop back to full armor. If I were to pull out a grenade and put it away, I would have the same. I'm gonna turn on off this fire because I will actually go down because I'm perfect glass. Perfect glass actually dies to this fire if you go through it. So let's not do that. Let's go through and be over here in the safe way. Yeah, I don't need health packs or grenades, which are in there. And the third way is to actually swap a piece of gear. So you just swap to a different piece and swap back. And depending sometimes on what you're doing, because sometimes swapping weapons is detrimental, especially, for instance, if you have Determined or if you have Acid, or not Capacitor, Chameleon, which would lose all of its buff on weapon swap. You're much better off swapping or pulling out a grenade and putting it away, or swapping a piece of gear. But yeah, just weapon swapping will just negate no regen, and because of that, it is basically, it is one of the only really free directives. Because actually, a lot of people think Fog of War is a free directive. Outside of missions, especially in missions, I'm perfectly fine with it. I know most of the spawns and missions and such. But that's, of course, yeah, that's somewhat experience. Here as well, again, actually, so there was a door boundary. They were coming out of the door. My mortar landed here. It didn't hit any of the enemies inside. Neither is my hive hitting enemies inside of there. And what I'm using here instead is my grenade launcher to try to get shots inside of them. And yeah, we're getting a ton of rounds for the specialization weapon, and also giving our allies a ton of rounds for specialization weapon. And that's actually also really good for times when the hard to earn directive is active, because every time specialization weapon ammo drops, which is with that bar next to your ammo, that orange pips that fill up, that's actually the indicator of when specialization weapon is going to drop, or specialization weapon ammo, not special. Would be weird if suddenly just the crossbow drops, but that's kind of what I said there. But one of our allies says, I feel changed his build to be an Eclipse, which kind of works well together with explosive builds. One of the things is enemies will try to get out of your explosions, and any form of CC that is kind of keeping them in place makes them a lot easier targets, especially, for instance, for things like Seekers. One thing I am going to do here, as I always do, is we have the boss room there. I'm going to toss a Hive in there. My Hive is already going to be in position and heavily damage the first wave as soon as we actually jump over the railing in a second. I'm actually even going to put my turret there, and everything of mine is ready and waiting. And the enemies spawn when we jump over this railing, all of us. So I'm just going to go with this ally, and once everybody's over the railing, my Hive's going. My mortar is ready, and I'm just gonna fire over there. I see a red line, although they got out of it. And here I am actually gonna use the capacitor. With my usage of my Hive and my mortar, everybody's very mad at me. Understandably, I murdered all their friends and bled them and stuff. But that also lets my allies actually pretty easily get into position. The reason I put my mortar over there is they usually spawn over there. On the first wave. Here it is random. They can be on either end, but they quite often are on the right end, although of course here then second wave is spawning left end. I'm gonna get my Hive in there. Sometimes you have to play a little bit risky because yeah, I'm glass, a few shots and I'm at my health gate, a single shot later, if I don't watch out, I'll be dead. There are still snipers up. The best thing against snipers, as most armies have found out already, is heavy artillery. There is no better way to deal with a sniper than just to blow up them and the surrounding 15 meters that they are in. And there we went through a bank and did it pretty easily. I'm going to close my group here. Be always mindful of having an open group and then closing it, because yeah, we use that for that. Just in case we didn't get the entire group full before the first boss fight. But yeah, we don't need it now, because if somebody were to leave here, somebody else is going to join. And seeing as I'm going to go and record a conclusion in a second, they would actually not be that happy. Although actually no, we're going to go and record some Hollywood footage. I'll look at the damage here, and me and Scooby competed for the win here, especially the kills wise. I was competing really well, of course, here. And the downside, especially in comparison to Eclipse, with Eclipse, I would definitely win in a mission like this, is especially those door spawns. Let's move on to some Hollywood gameplay where we'll take the same build, but also just briefly show Hollywood. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Well, I just want to see what the length was. 13 minutes, so we're just over an hour. That's fine. So altogether is 1 hour 4 minutes. So yeah, we'll do like another 7-minute thing with Hollywood, and then I'm curious how this guy has his Eclipse set up. At 12k, you would think you'd. Also, I'm always surprised by this double fire. Like, it's so useful to just have a different talent. The rest of it's fine though. But yeah. Although actually, skill duration and stuff. I'm gonna just GG these guys. GG, see you around. Actually, Scoobs, if you want to join me, or actually, if you're okay joining me, we're just gonna do a quick like bounty area, but mostly just find just a big wave somewhere, and yeah, if you can be there for, murdering some of the others.
In your group.
Because yeah, I'm gonna turn the global event on. Damn it, that would have been faster with bank if the give comes over. Yep, you have to wait for all of the voice lines and stuff. I think even the one after it says that you have to wait like all the way through all of the Manny text after the vault as well. Like I think you have to wait like till he, because normally the lines of like you piece of shit wristwatch and stuff is all the way like you're already almost all the way through that ventilation shaft, but stick to the red. Yeah, just basically we'll do an explosive build and a red build together, just because that's kind of the setup that, you know, I also recommended with Hollywood. Only tips. What's a good spot that are all kind of together? Actually, well, here, right? Yeah, let's grab these guys. But yeah, just a quick thing, just see, yeah. And I was hoping it would be there because that's a very compact area. I was kind of thinking of doing the cheese with it earlier, which was like up there, but I would need to character swap and stuff. That would take time. This one's fine as well. Because yeah, we'll just go and be up here. And yeah, I'm gonna just make sure that my face isn't up there. Let's actually kill this first outside wave and we'll do it. Oh, yeah. Because yeah, we need to clear out that as well. But yeah, I'll just basically start inside. Because I just want to show the big booms. Or like Hollywood big booms.
Removed hostile protection. Detected heavy munitions.
Yeah, we'll have that resort convoy as well. They're going to spawn behind us, aren't they? Actually, they're going to spawn up here, right? Yeah, the world's on normal. The bounty's on heroic though. So once we're inside here, it'll say heroic.
Incoming hostiles detected.
It actually makes these guys a lot easier as well.
Detecting additional.
Because that was also kind of the reason I wanted to go inside first. Those people go, "You're playing a Norman. You're a baby." But yeah, once we're in this boundary, it'll show heroic. And it is heroic. So, let's clear up that resource convoy because it'll always be on the thing there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna hit start recording here, but yeah, let's just burn through this bounty just quickly. And yeah, here we're with a bounty in a very recognizable area. We just cleared out the outsides. We had some other stuff, so we're starting up here. Mostly, I just want to show what happens when Hollywood happens and when enemies have extra damage that they take, or extra damage that they basically do when they're hit by explosive builds. And Hollywood, of course, there's only tips on my channel if you don't know how it works. But yeah, explosives cause explosives. All of these enemies that are glowing yellow, they will have a shield that explodes off of them when they get hit. And here we're kind of in the setup I did recommend as well with it to run at the very least, and that is to have a red build, which is what Scooby's running, and I'm running the explosive build. I'll kill most of the things, and everything I won't kill, Scooby will kill what remains, which I think that's the agent motto, right? I think was it that, or was it save what remains? I didn't score well on the exam. But yeah, especially with the Hollywood global event, explosive builds become very, very strong. It is basically their golden bullet, and they get an increase to their damage to a very large degree, meaning that, yeah, builds that were already effective have a global event that makes them extra effective. And here we're kind of showing that we're wiping out whole waves quite quickly, and here even with the bosses, I'm just gonna toss a hive in, I'm gonna put this up, I'm gonna capacitor into them and add some mortars to them, and we'll turn a few heroic enemies hopefully into some exotics, as yeah, they are murdered in short terms.
Good job.
But yeah, Hollywood is very much the
Nice.
point where I will
That's
very much be running non-stop on explosive builds. Yeah, it's very highly recommended. I would definitely recommend making one of these, at the very least for Hollywood. And usually people run them with Hollywood, and they will enjoy them quite so much that they'll run them through the year. As a indeed, we did turn one of those enemies into exotic. As Scooby there got a chameleon, of course, from the bounty. Yeah, let's head into the conclusion, and let's end this long rambling explosives with some big booms. I feel at some point I'm gonna slip up and say big boobs. I mean, I just did there, but I mean on a recording. And yeah, so if you're okay with it, I'm gonna go record a quick outro. It'll be just like 4 minutes. But yeah, if you could drop group, and then we'll go and actually do a Nemesis run, because I still need that as well. And yeah, I think Xander wanted in as well, right, for that? Oh, yeah, that'll be like another like 7-8 minutes. So no need to hurry, but
I'm a big fan of the division.
so we'll be back here. It's also nice and beautiful. I just need to check. Okay, so yeah, the next video is that. Next build showcase, I haven't decided yet, so I'm just gonna go say that. Let's get these exclamation marks out of here. I'm okay with the ones on the proficiency, but let's get that one away. Like having 2 Shinzi caches there, so okay. Nothing flashing, but yeah, yeah, let's go. It's already. Yeah. And indeed, to conclude this video, the explosive builds are very effective. They are highly recommended. They have been on the recommended build list for quite a while. Of course, there's a counterpart with explosives in the hardwired, which plays quite differently, is a completely different beast. And especially for Hollywood, I would recommend a layout like this in the high-end variant, specifically as well. This one with the sacrifice, although of course the Empress one is much easier to get, as it has, in effect, it has 4 unicorn pieces instead of 2, making it quite a bit harder to get together. The hardwired one is a completely different kind of playstyles, and of course there is a build showcase for the hardwired Seeker Spam build on my channel already, if you want to check that out. I always find these to come back to my usage in around Hollywood, but usually as well, a few weeks after Hollywood, I'm kind of due to Hollywood, I'm reminded of like, oh yeah, these are actually pretty good builds. They're only really big downside, and especially in group where you're kind of coordinated and are making considerations towards being polite to your allies. The screen shake is one of the big deal breakers. I know most of my buddies will say that they're perfectly fine with the amounts of screen shakes I'm causing them with some artilleries. But yeah, I know it's still an annoying thing that you kind of sometimes have to deal with, and it's just Eclipse can do for me most of the same tools to its usage that this has, but without the screen shake, and with somewhat of a better fire spread. But in damage, there's nothing really matches these on skill builds, especially when you're fighting in missions and such, because it's very much even outshines very many of the hybrids, the striker third-drone hybrids or negotiator third-drone hybrids are pretty much outshined by this if used well, especially in missions. So yeah, try these out, and remember as well that explosive builds, they're not only for Hollywood. If you get one, remember to feed it once in a while, and the same as pets, they're not just for Christmas, they're for all year round. And you will find quite a lot of fun, I hope, with these, as I very much do. As big booms are always fun, And yeah, for my future videos, we're going to go into some Cheska versus Grupo as the second part, somewhat to what I introduced already with the third weapon damage or third stat on weapons. We'll conclude that. Also, I'm going to do a big update video about a lot of the builds on the build collection, as we've done quite a few changes to a lot of builds, and just go through them and especially show why some of the changes got made. And for the next build showcase, I haven't actually decided. I have a few candidates at the ready, and it will come pretty soon, as I have quite a lot of free time in the coming weeks. So I'll try to make the interval between videos quite short. As yeah, this one as well is following up the last video pretty fast. And yeah, as always, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and that you will join me in future videos or over on Twitch, where this was actually recorded live on Twitch. And as always, have a good night. Yeah. Rambly, that was rambly. Also, I stumbled over a ton of words. I might actually overdub that, but it's also just, yeah, it's pretty long, but it's fine. All of it together is a total of 1 hour 10 minutes, which is kind of in line with my build showcases. I always try to get them to 50 minutes and go like, this will be a short one, and then they turn into 1 hour and 10 minutes. But yeah, we did get through it. Let's go murder a nemesis. Yay!
Another agent has joined your group.
Whenever you're as well ready, Xander, feel free to join up, and we'll go and murder them. As well, if you guys want to, well, actually, well, Scoobs usually doesn't, but I'll jump into general, where we can communicate a little bit easier. Oh, no, hey there, Toasty. Oh yeah, as well, of course, we'll... So, was this the last project? This, I saw somewhere like people going, oh, that was the 15th day, but it started on the 5th, right? Actually, let me bring my face back as well. There I am. Because it started on the 5th, right? So it'll go to today and tomorrow still, I think, right? Or was it? Oh, hi. Hey, Xander.
Hey.
How you doing?
I think someone said the backpack was the 14th.
Ah, okay.
I think I saw that.
Oh, actually, you know, that makes sense, because it started on the 5th, so it goes to the 19th. That's how dates work. Plus 15 is the 19th. If the first one is on the 5th, it's on the 0. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, because we do have one more then. Cool. Yeah, whenever you're ready, feel free to hop on in. Yeah, no worries. That's actually fine. I'll
jump on my other character.
I just bring your level 21 ones. or whatever it is. You can actually do descent on lower levels.
Yeah,
but yeah, you need
do that, but it wouldn't help me with the collectibles on my main.
Well,
and I'm definitely not gonna complete the whole set on all characters.
Agreed.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
although depending on your luck with the blueprints, you might as well.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing is as well, I'm just waiting for next season kind of now. I'll still do a bunch of descents here and there, but I'll move the grind. Because yeah, 1 loop less per run, especially like loop 5. Like one of the later loops, especially in groups and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, someone explain to me, why exactly do we recruit a doctor on the campus to be the barber in the base of operations?
Because he does plastic surgery. We went over this.
Is now in your group.
In the 24-hour stream. Well, now he does plastic surgery, of course. Oh, hey, oh, yeah. And yeah, hey, Toasty, how you doing? And
That actually
I
makes
haven't
sense.
seen you in a while.
Still breathing.
Oh, I didn't notice you had joined Discord. I was just like, I saw you join, I saw you in the chat, and I was like, I wasn't actually expecting the voice to actually come through. Hey, man. But yeah, we've been.
Facility detected.
I was just annoyed by the game, so I just didn't play for a while.
Yeah, that.
Bro, what happened?
Yeah, was it something specific or?
Show us on the
Mostly
doll where the
the-
game touched you.
It was mostly the obvious way I think about the new changes, which is that the game will be dead 2 months after release if they don't change anything, especially in like a speedrunning scenario.
Oh yeah, for the lock and stuff.
Another agent has joined your
It's not mostly that, but like M700 determined is going to be like the thing.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that, and there is no way to compete with it. If you white def, you can compete with regulars, but if the M700 thing stays in, you can't really compete with it. And I won't.
Maybe you can just. You can still just run it without the time. Like the M700 doesn't need to be determined.
Yeah, but there's no way you, even if you're a good player, can compete without determined with a determined player.
That's
like in a speedrun scenario.
Oh, in a speedrun scenario. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like yeah. I mean in current game just as well, like just in general or just in farming, like a white death with determined is. I mean, just you know, more community. Yeah, let's get started, because yeah, you're up for descent as well. So, I'm gonna guess that's my X button. It's still. Come on, you can do it. Well,
I don't know, I just feel like sure it's not set in stone and stuff, and it's like PTS, but where did they ever listen to the community about like bigger things? Like sure they changed some small things, but overall they never really listened to the community on like hard set things.
I mean,
so I'm not very confident, let's be honest. And if it's gonna
to me it's more
way, I'm gonna stop after.
The top hasn't really moved, at least for a PvE. Like I can understand from a maybe speedrunner's perspective.
I'm just like I'm not really farming or something anymore. Like, and the game is gonna be so much easier. So I just think after like 1 or 2 months, it's gonna be a lot more quiet, especially for people who used to play a lot. It will be better for like newer players and stuff, but for everyone.
I don't think it will really change general PvE much at all. Because really the M700 determined isn't really going to do much that the current ones aren't. I'm going to take a fire starter, even though it sucks.
That's only one thing. Like there's
yeah, I know there's a bunch of stuff. We'll see. Let's see what they actually put in the game in the end. Take that ACS just to have something. Well, yeah, there's also, I mean, I feel a few good changes, although most of them weren't on PTS. Like tinkering, I'm gonna have fun with. Hey there, cheap chips. Cheap ass chips. It's quite the name. What's the best way to explain the early stages? I'm gonna guess you mean at the early stages at level 40, like you are at level 40 already and are just in SHC levels. Don't focus too much on leveling, I would say. Focus first on getting a decent build together. There are ways of farming levels, but also don't go out of your way to do that. I would recommend just try to get a few, builds together, try a few things out, see what kind of playstyle you kind of enjoy. Unhinged right away, nice. And then move on from there, basically. Wait, how did I swap there to my specialization weapon? I was on my specialist.
If you spam weapon switch hard enough, you can get to specialization weapon sometimes.
I just guess I just never usually spam it. I just got it lucky there or something.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
It's mainly main missions and how are you that high level? My high level is mostly due to playtime. I play way too much.
Hostiles constructed.
If you're looking at activities that kind of give higher than average leveling, especially open world with as high difficulty as you can manage at a decent speed, with as many directives as you can manage. That's kind of the general way of leveling quite fast.
Console.
Especially if you can run heroic 5 directives. There are several builds that can do it really well. Since here we're discussing determined hotshot does it really well. Yeah, nobody has Overwatch yet, right?
Nope.
I'll take Overwatch. And you can get pretty proficient in farming levels pretty quickly, but it's not really required to go that fast. Matchmaking for missions or just running missions solo as well is okay-ish, is decent, it's not fast. But most of the content does decent XP, so
Initiated.
pick a few things. The only thing is that
Be doing the weird thing for you as well.
the butt scratch.
He's running. He's running on like the spot for me.
I mean, just keeping warm.
He has an appointment later. He's like, I gotta go.
Just needs to pee really bad, you know. Just
Yeah.
let's keep moving. Let's take a reroll and get vigilance. And yeah, my high level, yeah, is mostly you can grind. There is also a lot of people at my level that there have been exploits and stuff. I haven't really made use of those. There have been people that grinded really hard. I haven't really also done that really hard. I just have a ton of playtime. Like
Hostile construction initiated.
on this account, close to 8K, I think, playtime. And then I have other accounts where also playtime exists. 2 agents, 1 door.
If one were mean, they'd say you have no life.
And if one was kind, they would say the same. Like they would just say it kinder, in a kinder way. I've unhinged 2 already. This might
I
be.
have unhinged 3 and 1 concussion. I have nothing else.
Selected.
Oh, what was my free talent? Empowered.
High value
Heal.
target.
You're also empowered.
Ignited.
Here's a oh yeah, I should have done there. Give the typed out version of basically
Hostiles
that I gave you as
constructing.
well.
Hostile spawn from high
I'm gonna go over there. That's all the way across. Did they all just go on the right side there, or did my chem land there? And yeah, also just to say that as well, as high SHD doesn't really mean anything as well in the game. Because plenty of people with high levels that know nothing or have gotten it in means that mean nothing. And I even in my case, even like I think I learned most of the game like in a span of like 2K levels where I really was interested in learning its mechanic. Exotic talent! You know what? I'm gonna take Doctor home. For once. I've chatted Regicide. I'll be a team player.
I have brief free. I'm gonna play sniper.
Oh, actually, I completely forgot to check. Does breed free actually in Descent in the PTS, was it also max size on the weapon you're holding?
I have no idea.
Because that would be an interesting alteration, because now then it wouldn't be as good for like low ammo things. You would actually want high ammo things.
What happens if you combine that with bullet hell?
Which one? Breathe free, not per se anything, but chatter you can.
The new breathe free, because you have a huge mag.
Oh, the magazine size underneath stays the same. Like Bullet King as well, you have like 100-round magazine technically underneath it.
Oh.
You see it when you weapon swap. You see where it is. That's also the reason why Optimus still does work with it. Actually, I'm gonna take that MB sound. That by slot, right? Yeah. Okay.
Poison gas hazard activated. Room selected.
3 doors, 4 agents, 1 cup.
Hostile construction
fuck?
initiated.
Why? I'm eating.
Why not? You can always tell who has and who hasn't actually seen the actual footage of it.
I sadly... Oh my god, I can delete them. I actually see them, sadly. Or like parts.
Console online.
Trauma.
Yeah, yep. Oh, really?
Why Scooby? Traitor.
I played half the content to get military jersey, but the skin hates me on the damage fall-off is not so high compared to G36. All 3 of them, I think, have the same optimal drop-off, right? Actually, between those 3.
Electrical hazard detected.
Actually, between those 3, I would recommend actually the G36 or G36E is my preferred one. It has a little bit better accuracy and a tiny amounts better effective accuracy. So not per se the stat accuracy, but just the handling of it over the other ones. But usually within a class or within a type like that, there is tiny amounts of differences between them. It's on their stats as well when you compare them, but there's also sometimes, well, I mean, there's things not shown there. For instance, the actual recoil pattern, which matters a lot. And the G36E is kind of the best one in that. At least, I mean, there might be some personal preference there. Shall we maybe take the yellow one? All right. Yeah.
Entering new location.
No, I have 1 yellow and all red. I want to say that way.
You want trauma, you want sadist, you want highlights.
I have trauma.
Well,
I
then
get
you
one
want
shot
sadist.
everyone. Why would I need something?
From highlighted
Because you
doors.
can
don't
still
want
get
sadist.
sadist or eyeless.
Steady-handed, opportunistic. That's what I want.
Yeah. Nothing spawned at my door.
Console available.
Well, I want sadist, I want that one. So.
Supply station online.
It's like an issue, not an issue me. Or fucking Unhinged 4, I can't. I'm very tempted, not gonna lie.
What are you even using actually?
M44 carbine, green.
I mean, unhinged really doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, accuracy. It's 4, you still will hit center point.
I'm gonna do vigilance.
Yeah.
I think, by the way, there is one G36 which can fit a linked laser, and the other one
Yeah,
can't.
well, 2 of them can. The military and the... That was actually the point I was
Poison
getting to.
gas detected.
Thank you for reminding me there. As yeah, that was the important one. Which yeah, the G36E, the G36, the military G36 both can take a long rail. The G36C has a short rail.
Spawn from highlighted doors.
That's also an important thing because yeah, likely in the next season, if things stay the same, they'll be the go-to. That and the ACR will be the go-to for flatline.
Console online.
I'm getting actually a good selection of red talents.
There's no Kia guy again, fuck.
Activating poison gas simulation. Entering new room.
Mark 16 on paper, second version should be
High-value
better
target.
accessibility than someone. The normal version feels
Hostiles
much.
constructing.
I agree with that assessment. That's down to, yeah, those bars being important. They're the accuracy and the stability of it. But on top of that, there's a recoil pattern. And the recoil pattern of the normal Mark 16 is also my preferred one. It seems a lot more consistent up and to the right. The other ones seem to be, you know, a little bit more jumpy. Because I very much preferred basically just the plain Mark 16, no tactical, no SOCOM.
An agent needs assistance.
What?
It just...
That's gas, like me.
Unlucky.
Oh wait, or was it thirsty?
What?
No, the boss had a rocket launcher, but he shot it without the
Animation?
indicator.
Okay. Yep. They do that.
How am I supposed to kill him? I don't kill teammates. Softly wound them. Like
Yeah. Killing me softly with explosions right in my face.
I didn't even hear the rocket launcher, so...
A rocket launcher. Actually, yeah, you're right. Right?
Maybe it's just in your imagination and you fell down the stairs or something.
Maybe.
The boss tripped and he fell. Yeah. Testing for the sitting. Yeah. Wait, I have my two skills, I have two weapons. Yeah.
I think for like Nemesis fun, like M1A with Brief Free is just so funny. Like it's so enjoyable to play. I really love Brief Free. Just casual one-shot everyone.
Console available.
And the running, of course. Don't forget the running.
Yeah, you can run faster to the next loot. Basically. Oh no.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
I should totally time how long it kind of takes to get to loop 4. But I didn't this time.
Hostiles constructing.
At some
Hostiles
point.
spawn from highlighted doors.
But also the cool thing is then in groups, like you have just one loop with multiple waves.
It's gonna be so quick then. I literally didn't even read the full patch notes. But it's like supposed to be faster, right?
Yeah, you get like you're now able to get it at the end of loop 4. So after loop 4. Like they've just changed the numbers so that.
So we would probably be talking on like 30 minutes Nemesis in group.
Yeah.
Where's the Scooby guy?
It's making good choices.
Enter
Unlike
new location.
persons
Easy.
not picking yellows.
Naya, I missed. Fuck. I left the fucking canister there and I missed. Shit.
Good.
Nah, not good.
Although the talent rotation thing, I really hope they just don't do it.
Hostile construction
Leave it.
initiated.
Just leave the scent alone. Or it needs, yeah, as I said in the video, like, it needs a system that the person can like pick 10 talents that they wanna like always be in the rotation.
Console active. Supply station online.
Alright. Let's take Optimus for once.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy. Constructing hostile combatant.
Rude.
Could have used actually. I actually now realize I didn't use any of the other skills really, except try to use the sticky one. It's fine. In the showcase.
It's fine. Unhinged 5. It's gonna be very ugly.
I have
Maybe to
one.
hit them, I'm gonna do a lot of damage.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating.
10 red
High
things.
value target.
How many reds do you have?
10 in total.
Oh yeah, which is
Yeah, and one skip.
Hostiles constructing.
oh really?
Hostile spawn from highlighted
I don't skip.
doors.
No, it was just bad choices. Like, no, anything what would have picked from that set was gonna get overwritten anyway. Not very effective at those ranges, but I'm just marking them for Dr. Home. Because the doctor is in fact home.
That physically hurt me.
We have doctor at home.
Oh yes.
Although in this case, the doctor at home is like, instead of like, you know, just the B brand kind of thing, it's like the ultra super. Because yeah, the doctor home was a little broken in PTS. And by a little, I mean a lot. And by a lot, I mean excessively a lot.
I heard it. I talked a bit with Ronan earlier. And Rosie.
Could be 10 from 14 ounces in the both carbon. Oh yeah, actually yeah, you're not, yeah, yep.
You heard the gears turning there?
Yeah. Well, I was trying to like comprehensive reading is always interesting. I'm a horrible reader and I barely comprehend stuff. So.
Yeah, I know that thing, but like for me, it's my small brain the issue.
Yep.
So
Well, oh, my brain is in my huge leg. No. And hey there, Drula. Although yeah, let's do that. Let's have a stopwatch ready. Or actually, this is shit. I'll have to pick, don't I? Sorry.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium.
You get
two
distracted.
waves, boys.
Constructing hostile combatant.
2 waves, 2 waves.
Oh, actually, I should. Yeah, no, I should only do. I should do 5, of course. Like we're deducting 5. Oh, come on, open the door. Just waiting for everybody to come out.
Console active.
I don't need blue talents.
Operator cleared to select new room.
And yeah, you know, just a casual 500% a second, 5,000% a second. Feels, you know, nothing wrong with that.
Chemical hazard activated.
Balanced.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy. Hostile
I
construction.
would say I've missed you, but my mother told me to not lie.
Well, it wasn't me. It was Xander. No, wait, he's in the call. It was Scooby.
Console active.
Hey, Overwatch 2 finally.
I heard it's a bad game.
Let's see what happens when we get Overwatch 3.
Operator authorized to select new room. Chemical hazard activated. Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy. Hostile construction initiated. Console online.
Get a feeling we're all pretty powerful here. Which is a good thing. Now I just died to 3 oxys, 4 oxys,
Selected.
and 2 fire cams landing on us right away on the nose. That's fine.
Yeah, I need to get a second skill next run.
Right. Yes, yes, you do.
But I had a 870, so I couldn't pass up on that one.
EMP hazard detected.
It was impossible.
Difficulty rating easy.
Somebody was hitting an M870 to your head. You just took it from him.
You watching an old closed door? Is that planned?
Oh. No, that was just me. Like,
You were just testing me there, right?
System restored.
I mean, I'm happy you're paying attention to my screen as well. Somebody is. It's been a long day at work, okay?
Console available.
But yeah, it was actually pretty long day at work. Actually, well, I still had some time to play video games. Oof. Which one though?
Operator cleared to select new room. Activating chemical hazard. Room selected. Difficulty rating high value target.
But yeah, luckily just like
Hostile construction
another
initiated.
3 days and then I'm pretty much like very free actually. So there might be a little bit more of me on the Twitches and on the YouTubes. which, depending on how much you like or hate me, might be either a good or a bad thing. Of course, I get the boss.
Yeah, I'm helping out.
I'm not lacking damage.
Deleted this guy.
I think this is one of the most decked out on reds I've been in a long time on a Nemesis run. Okay, here the stopwatch starts. Why does a stopwatch start? It's a stop. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
I have so bad skills. Like
They've buffed.
Restore, explosive seeker mine or bulwark.
Well, take my defender drone then, or my shrapnel trap, or my shock drone. Should I take this?
Close to doing. No balls.
Can you beat my repair trap?
Yes, with my doctor home, easily. Let's do an upgrade here.
I
Yeah,
don't
the
know
one
what
is
to
with
do.
blue.
It's all shit.
Let's grab something. Or grab credits. Or what was your choices?
Restorer Hive, Explosive Seeker Mine, and Bulwark Shield. So Restorer is really bad for us. Bulwark is random skill, and
The other one's right.
Explosive Seeker Mine is
Oh,
fun
actually,
as well. So it's probably better to not take anything.
Yeah, you could have. Well, that was good. Take the hive. We'll give him a healing hive, but at least it's not an oxy. But also credits also. We'll likely deal pretty easy with him. I don't know if we have any plagues, but
I am very unhinged, so
yeah, me too.
I'm plagued.
Console
Damn.
available.
And I'm Overwatchy. Hey, we have Overwatch 3. Overwatch 3 just dropped. What's actually there? Oh.
I'm on 15 red.
40.
New location. Difficulty
And a slot free as well, actually. Yeah, why didn't I buy a yellow slot? Should have bought a yellow slot.
I have no blue and traumas that he had in Ignited. Ignited I only have because I got it as free.
construction initiated.
Yeah. I'm empowered still to replace. That door's like super fire. M16, new OP weapon. Okay, actually the M16 does look surprisingly good on the
Immediate
stats.
medical assistance needed. Console active.
Yeah, it would be funny if the M16 actually becomes a non-meme weapon. That would be funny. Let's see what the other one is.
Let's do
Yeah.
reds. I need more reds, please.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating.
Efficient will be with instant heals. I mean, not per se. Like, would you really give up your... Maybe, well, in DZ and stuff, maybe it can. Actually, not even there, because Unbreakable is still better. Not really. It's not going to be that much just because would you really give up your chest talent for it? I mean, you can't... Currently, you can't hot swap. That's kind of the reason they're actually doing that. It's partially for those kind of things.
Perfect efficient chest needs to be on you for 10 seconds before you can proc the healing kit. That's been like that for a long time, even right now, so
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not. I'm quite certain it is because they are not able to fix like Busy Little Bee.
I mean, Busy Little Bee is the other big one. There's also actually a few other. We'll leave those out of them. Because in PvE, you would like, would you really care about healing that much? And if you care about healing that much, why not just go something like a tech tank, which likely does more damage at that point and heals better. What is system corruption, region or region? I mean, the thing is more like the regen amounts that they have planned. It's kind of high, but that's more also those. With system corruption, I'm gonna guess they're actually going to fix it, most likely, because the way system corruption is worded, it shouldn't be underneath it. The med packs shouldn't be underneath it, really. I almost stickied myself to death there.
Console online.
And even there, it's just you have 4 of them. So depending on fights, yeah. Kind of depends on what you're doing. In conflict, you'll run out. In DZ, you'll run out.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating.
I think, well, I didn't personally test it with system corruption, but others said that with system it did. I'll take their word for it. But even, yeah, if it did, it's didn't like likely just unintended thing. Because I'm like with the Doctor Home, I don't expect the Doctor Home to make it to live servers. Because that's like kind of the point of PTSs. I feel pretty powerful.
Oh my fucking what? I 4-shot the boss with M1A. What the fuck?
No, at least we don't get even more powerful.
I mean, I only have
No, I mean no exotic talent there.
17 reds, so yeah, I can't count, man.
9, 10, 17. Yay, we have the same.
Unhinged 5 and concussion 6. If I
I
headshot
have
kill
Overwatch.
my next headshots are gonna be insane.
I have Overwatch 5, I think, or something. Overwatch, yeah, Overwatch 5. So. Enjoy. I'll try to stay in cover. Let's put some hollows in here. Some explosives
stop
in
your
here.
timer.
Oh, yeah. 7:41. Let's say 7:30. Good catch as well, actually. I had forgotten I was doing that. We need to leave 250 credits. Exactly that. Right. Stuff full med packs.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
So yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 random skills. Let's see what they are. We'll deal with it.
We shouldn't cuddle up too hard in case it's an oxy.
Hug me! Hug me!
Constructing nemesis.
Give me 11. Who's getting shafted? It is Scooby.
Scooby. Later, Scooby. Oh, he's good.
Yeah, I'll be fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
Curtailed.
Remember that part you said don't cuddle?
Immediate medical assistance
I cuddled.
needed.
Double fire cap?
Restore hive detected.
Sticky.
Hostile restore hive detected.
Oh my god. I got foamed and killed.
I got you.
Online. Agent down.
We got one, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Rogue.
Yeah.
Shock trap detected.
Let's wait for some of them to get a little bit closer.
Shock trap detected.
One's kind of pushing in. Oh,
Oh
that's...
my god.
Detected.
Yep.
Yeah.
Agent
Can you
incapacitated.
get me, Xander? If you can't get me first, I'll get Toasty. But then also, let's separate out. We're all together.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Ah, I'm dead.
Agent vital signs 0.
Spamming 900 fire cams.
Yeah. Once you're up, if you Toasty can get me.
Yeah, let me take a medkit.
Yeah.
Bro, are you kidding me?
An agent needs assistance.
Got up, got phone.
Get
fire
scoops
cams. Yeah,
first.
someone up. I'm getting someone. I'm sticking it now. It's fine.
Yeah, no, but the revive tokens. Okay, no, scoops fine. Because yeah, we're down to revive tokens now. Which is still fine, but
Close one.
Yeah.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, kill this weakened one right by us. Yeah.
Yep. I'm out of medkits.
I'll give you a doctor home if we kill one. That one has a healing. Let's focus the closer one. Oh,
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out.
exposed to the other way. I shouldn't. I just been standing there. One on the right's pushing in as well.
That is super weak.
Yeah.
That.
Let's push into her.
Stupid, I need to get close, yeah.
Yeah, let's just push in. Let's just aggro. Full send. We'll either murder or we'll be murdered.
Simulation terminated. Collate
I think they had like 2 fire cams, 1 foam.
3 fire cams. Yes.
Not 3, yeah. That was very enjoyable.
Yep. It's fire sticky as well. At least no oxy. At least no bomber drone. Oh yeah.
But it was a good time for 4-man.
Actually, what was the time?
39?
39. So yeah, it'll be like 30
39, 30.
30. Yeah, 35-ish. 30 to 35. Actually, yeah, that's I mean, it's better. We have one of the later loops less, which is also the one that, like, because it's double wave anyway. So we'll only have one. Although also it kind of depends on if the scale. I didn't actually play it on PTS. I'm gonna assume, I know a few others did, so I'm gonna assume if the scaling was super annoying or something, we would have known by now. See who did and didn't get a reconstructed. That's 1, 2. Toasty didn't. Okay. Deserved.
No.
Yeah.
Everybody except Toasty did.
That's not fair.
That's what you get for blowing up your friends. Well, friends, your allies,
I
your
wasn't
teammates.
No one. Did anyone die of that? No. So I didn't blow up.
Come take a look.
I just gave you a reminder to stay focused. That's what I did.
But focus isn't the talent in there. So I got a Calibre. A Calibre. And that's the blueprint.
Can now craft Virginians.
Nice.
Yay. Party.
Oh, league ends tomorrow. I haven't done it. Rip.
Have you at least like kind of finished it or not? Or like you have 60?
I have like not a trophy. Everything else.
So you don't
I
have
haven't done the
60.
speedrun this week. And I don't know if I feel like doing this now.
I mean, we could do it if you want to.
I usually just mostly do it for good XP.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, you would at least having 60, you know, just the collector. Because I have 120. So. And yeah, as always, as well, people's... actually, no, well, I know, Carly was going for another week. I was going to say spend your stars, but actually, no, I was going for another week. These doesn't matter. If you don't redeem them, they'll go into your mailbox. So they're fine. But yeah, next week, already as a reminder, set it for yourself. Put it on your calendar. Spend your points. It's a little bit early. But you want to have a go?
Sure.
Well,
Can do it.
I'd be up for it. It'll be a good wind down thing as well here. Just, I mean, if everybody else is also up for it, like somebody else is like, you know, I totally don't want to do that. Because how many points do you need?
Sorry, no.
How many stars do you need? Because we're gonna do, or points.
Like 4. I'm on 56.
Okay. Well, let's just bang out DUA then. I'll get you at least 60. So yeah, at least the collectibles. Where's Lefty? Yeah. Does anybody else want Eclipse or shall I?
I'm headhunting. I was assuming that you're gonna go Eclipse, so.
It's usually the assumption. Also with others. Then yeah, let's just do DUA. That's a fun run mission anyway. And then I'll end it there. And on a regular time for me instead of going late. Because I'll stitch that video together, we'll actually get it uploaded, and maybe tomorrow. And yeah, likely I'll set it for like 6 o'clock in the morning. That's rendered. It'll be ready for when people don't have the game to. Oh, actually, is there maintenance tomorrow? I didn't even check. Or is it just?
I don't think so.
That's actually nice. But yeah, for the weekly reset, people usually have some interest in looking at Division content. That's
FYI, the global event is on.
Oh yeah, let's have that on, right? Let's earn a star. You guys ready?
Yes.
This is a chance to wipe out the hyena leadership in one decisive blow. Get in there and hunt them down. Every last one of them.
But actually, one of you guys could maybe run a jam or pulse. Just on top of
Removed hostile protection.
Because I'll get most of the things with my high.
Heavy ammunition detected.
And then...
Yeah, we'll grab a jammer.
More just for bosses and stuff.
How long is that fucking...
This Orient 8 years.
That took like years.
Literally.
At least.
Yeah. For those wondering, years is dependent on the orbit of the planet, so in a very tiny orbit, you could have a year that lasts seconds. So that would be a very fast-moving planet. Speed of light. Theoretically possible. Fight me. Or actually, don't fight me. I'm pretty weak. My brain is starting to go. The rambling idea is coming out. That's where the fun begins, right? Oh wow! I see. Xander is really going into the Christmas spirit, like actually fully. Have you gotten that backpack yet, Leslie?
I haven't done like after this one weird convoy in where people had like issues finding it. I didn't even do that, so I'm there.
Yeah, the backpack is out, and you can use it as a transmog for other high-end. That's what.
I mean, that's not really my jam, I would say.
Local power.
Yeah, you're not getting into the Christmas spirit.
Circuit.
I mean, I'm playing O Carol all year long, so I'm already in Christmas spirit since, like, 4 minutes ago.
These people are adopting the Christmas spirit. You are born in it. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Molded by it. Oh, and
It probably has Last Christmas as his ringtone.
No, I hate Christmas. I hate Christmas music with a passion. Wow.
well, what a time save you did there, Toasty.
My voice died for a second. I hate Christmas songs with a passion, like a very big passion.
You should write a Christmas song about it.
Detected.
Yeah, true.
I hate Christmas. Or does Christmas hate me? Dude, I feel there's a song to be had there.
We're set up in the mall. They're not getting through here. Don't die, motherfucker. Not a
Not a
chance.
chance.
Don't die, motherfucker.
A little bit of a chance. There's actually 78% chance of rain and 100% chance of that motherfucker dying. As it's on hard. And he is up there, and now he's on fire. Almost killed myself.
Hostile protection now removed. Heavy ammunition detected.
What? Couldn't get the shot to land there. There we go. Get something.
Agent down. Hostile protection restored.
Still at all lead. They should be dead.
Yeah.
Go off the door.
Still there, sweetie? Hello?
It's not gonna be a new record though.
Get yourselves ready. This situation is serious.
I think my last week was 6:30. 6:30 something.
Could be. I mean, yeah, the global event
Salty
already.
there for a second. Scooby did the salty there for a second and went down.
Yeah, no. You can't outlive them all.
Protected hostile restored. Detected heavy ammunition.
Diesel, what's going on down there? Diesel, are
Easy,
you dead too,
inbred
you
son of a
inbred son of a bitch? Everybody get
I don't know, man. I love the voice lines in this mission.
Well, you're not the only one.
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels. Filters failing.
That's an iconic one as well.
Air quality acceptable.
I think one good one is like in one DARPA mission, the Bravo 62 en route to the server cluster. That's a really good one as well. Or the actual only good thing about Woni is like files found 1.
We got devils in our house and they mean to kill us
That's
all.
pretty good.
Stand
I have to say that.
You hear me?
But
You
that's
have
it
to
for-
say
for
that.
you- for me. Yeah, sadly.
Air filter
You're being,
function
there's a person with a gun to your head forcing you to say it.
It's you, it's Nokia.
Nah,
Say something
it-
positive about New York now.
they wouldn't. Nokia wouldn't hold a gun to your head. It would be a foam canister. I mean, those things are still deadly at 0% range.
I mean, I'm running Headhunter, so
Yeah.
yeah. it's still deadly.
Yeah, running the headhunter.
removed. Hostile
You
protection.
know what this hard mission needs? Sledge.
Probably.
Heavy ammunition detected.
And see.
Slow.
Taking out the hyena leadership
Yeah,
leaves the faction
that's what happens with a global event, but at least then you also have the completion there for
rewarding.
something.
And now little Dessa know.
Oh, yeah.
Peter's settlement will be able to rest a little easier.
I think I have like 10 stars or something.
Stars.
Yeah, I have 22. Ooh.
We're going back to the holiday market south of the White House.
Oh, yeah, new daily. New daily just dropped. Good job dealing with the supplies. We're prepared. We prepared a reward at the holiday market south of the White House. Tommy's guarding your present. God damn it, Tommy. Santa beard? Oh, what damn. Actually, did we have that already, right? That's like just the hanging beard off of the...
I think, yes, let me check. Yes, we have that one.
Yeah.
It's like a necklace.
Yeah. Let's go get it still though. As well get completion here. At least as well this one. No time requirement, at least not stated, so. Oh, we have the guy here, but well, gee, let me scroll this to the bottom, and it's actually not there. Oh, that was it. I was saying they died on heart. If I was a boss, where would I be? Is one of you have a pulse? Or I can pulse as well, but actually, the world set to normal. I can pulse. That's not a pulse.
So, you don't know who Tommy is? Okay.
Do you know who Tommy is? Because I see Specialist Harrington over there, but that's just the world name.
Tommy the teddy bear.
Tommy the Tank Engine?
Teddy bear.
Yes. Why do you know that there is a Tommy the Teddy Bear? Is that?
Because it's a backpack trophy,
Hey.
which also happens to be my favorite backpack trophy.
Oh, okay. That makes a little bit more sense. I was like, wait, you remember all that stuff? I don't.
No, there is another version of it that is Kenley themed,
Okay.
which most people probably
Agent is
just
no longer in your group.
forcefully forgot about it.
This is like added with these folks. I'm out. Oh, here. Let's go see where here is. Oh, by the big ass Christmas tree. Where else, of course? Oh yeah. Hey. Hey, Tommy. Anyway, we'll interact. We'll get our supply stash. I'll put it in. And the next one unlocks in 3 weeks. Got our Santa beard, although of course, yeah, only if you didn't have it. Scooby got his. Because yeah, actually, what is the Santa beard is in here, right? Well, it's there. Kind of fits with the suit, of course. I'm gonna guess, yeah. Xander's wearing it, of course. As always, that's what you do, of course. To enemies you've killed, you steal all their clothes and wear it. Because yeah, you even stole Santa's pants. I do like the green sweater though. Once actually, I've been using it a little bit. I might actually keep that on the new account. Yeah. And yeah, that's a 15 day, right? Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, the next one unlocks in 3 weeks. Although, well, it actually unlocks in 52 weeks. Well, no, 50 weeks is the next project actually in that list. What? I'm just keeping him warm. Yeah. Let's head back to the White House. I'm gonna put an end to this silliness. We're done with the fun. I need to go find some beds and stuff. And sleep. Well, Salty says they're what? I heard that. So Thirsty, you're in big trouble. Salty's coming for you.
I'm gonna be good. You're gonna be down on the floor half of the time, so.
Well, we're gonna have 1 versus 1s in the DZ.
An agent has left your group.
If he wants to, I reckon I can take on Salty.
Mm-hmm. And Xander's actually going up in levels pretty fast. Nearing the end of the tutorial, I see. Well, actually, well, right? Or farming a little, I think.
Well,
Wrong?
not really gaining that many levels at the moment because, well,
Or am I just misremembering what you
40 don't count.
I mean, they do count. You still need them. But yeah, they lead up all the way into 1.
The XP gain from that does count for the clan XP. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah.
I'm strongly in first position again this week.
Well, maybe you'll get a silver cache with that super active TWL.
I don't know. We're not even halfway there.
Yeah, kind of goes like that with some. Like, at least you have the place to yourself, right? Like it's nice and quiet. But yeah, I'm gonna hop off the call here. Thank you guys for the descent run there and helping as well, Scoobs as well. Very much appreciated helping with the parts of the build showcase. Words and things and stuffs. But yeah, thanks guys. I'm gonna hop off here and just put a raid together and then end it there.
Right.
GG's, laters.
Have fun. So leave them there. Let me catch up here. Big update tomorrow, right? No. Oh wait. Oh, was that an actual like question? Because yeah, no. The update, or well, the next season is in February of next year. Yeah, we did find it in the end. And actually, Xander very much knew where it was actually, kind of, well, better than me. Although, well, of course, it's about to kick him, but let's do this instead.
You have left the group.
Yeah, he remember, well, he uses the backpack trophy, and yeah, actually thinking about it now, I have seen that teddy bear on his butt. Which is, of course, I'm gonna say this one, but where is it actually? I don't know. But yeah, there's a here he is. Throwback Tom or Tommy. Oh, that was it. And yeah, He was talking about multiple tummies, actually. Well, of course, in this category, I don't really look at these much. When we get new ones, I kind of look at them briefly. I have very set backpack trophies that I use on some characters, like a hunter's axe and stuff like that. But yeah, we have a few new ones in there. Okay, the scavenger event, because yeah, that's the end of it, basically. It was at least somewhat enjoyable, somewhat, go and find them and kind of tested some knowledge and stuff. Although, of course, with all of those, they just, if you don't find it yourself a day later, they're all over Reddit and Discords and stuff. Not even attached to the face. Yeah. It's just like lying as a necklace. Yeah. Salty, putting out the fighting words. Pre-order thing. Okay. Yeah. I don't think, if it was a pre-order for the base game, I likely don't have that. I do have Ultimate Edition, but I don't think I pre-ordered it. I think I might have pre-ordered that. Actually. Well, most of these as well, I just, like, some of them I kind of remember where they come from, but also not that well. Wraith League. Because there is a lot of them. And of course, even a few from the raids and stuff. So the big collectors in us. Gotta catch them all, of course. And yeah, some of them are actually kind of cool. As for instance, that one. Shell in metal. But yeah, we'll leave it there. Yeah, I'll stitch together the build showcase, and we'll upload that tomorrow. No backpack too hard to get. No backpack hard to get. New backpack hard to get. No, you just have to go through basically the projects that it has. There are two projects that are tied to being nighttime. Nighttime for those ones specifically kind of seems to mean from 9 to 12. So normally nighttime is 9 to 6 in the morning. In these cases, it seems to be. Yeah, the positions. I saw a Reddit thread actually, I think, that had like all of them, but for most of them, some of them are very, very precise kind of things, or like somewhat an area that you can kind of quickly find it, or it's like one is even like this street corner, so yeah, you just kind of find it quickly. Some are like it's a convoy, and yeah, there are bigger areas, but one of them is specifically here for one of the convoys. The other one is specifically here in like a little area in here. Most of the other ones are pretty easy to find, and of course, yeah, you'll find guides, or also likely a ton of YouTube videos and stuff. But yeah, it is a popular question, of course. And yeah, you get it on the 14th project, and then on the 15th was the one we got now. And yeah, it doesn't seem recalibratable. It's not very useful. The kind of cool thing about it is you do get it is a high end, and it actually goes into your transmog, so you can actually make any backpack become it if you really want to. It's somewhere down here ish. There we go. Yeah, you can put that on any backpack. It's kind of funny. I mean, it's if you like the Christmas thing, it's more of the Christmas thing for you to Christmas thing with. Usability wise, it's not really like we tried checking a few things with it. I was hoping it might actually do some sledge stuff. Likely doesn't. You're giving up your backpack talent. It's also currently it can't be recalibrated. So even if you get a skills, I will try very hard to get a skill haste. We might actually have that be an afternoon stream of me just grinding out the hoarder, the Christmas hoarder. Try to get a skill haste, skill damage one, just so we have it at the ready whenever they had recalibration to put in yellow core. Could see this being funny on an explosive build, or just to have it as like, you know, a rare piece. While I haven't seen it sell myself yet, people have been saying that once you get it, once you have it, it will start dropping from the order. It might even be that, like, just from the day that the project was available, it might be actually available from the hoarder, even if you don't have it. But I would guess it's kind of loot pooly like that, where you have to get one first and then it goes into your loot pool. Yeah, it's not. It is cool, but it's at least something interesting, because yeah, the effect of it replaces your grenade with a festive grenade, and then when you hit an enemy with it, it transfers to 2 other enemies. One thing I did use it for a little bit is to get those explosive kills on, because you need to do 15 grenade kills for Hollywood, and yeah, it does count. And on normal, it does kill enemies nearby just outright. So that was kind of so. Put a collector on, put that on, had Eclipse with a foam, kept the vial off of it, and so that the ticks of foaming an enemy wouldn't kill them. Tossed the grenade at them, and it killed some nearby ones quite often as well. And then yeah, collector kept giving me fresh grenades. And of course, that's for like something silly of grenade challenges of clones. Let me briefly check, because yeah, we're gonna wind down here. That's gonna be it for me for today. I see. I'm gonna actually briefly check who and what is online, because we likely will. I have already a person in mind, but I just want to check some of the other ones. But usually one of the things is as well, I don't know who's. I usually don't watch around these times. I should actually watch a few of them, you know, other people in the category at these times. But I'll take the easy way. I will send everybody over to. Let me see what they're doing actually. Because we'll send everybody over to Cali. So we haven't done that in a few days. They're raiding. They're doing dark hours. They're getting to Buddy and Lucy and holding the elevator. As an important task. As a punchy tabs open. So yeah, we'll send everybody over there. Say hi for me. I'll be around tomorrow evening as well. Likely for the coming days, there won't be any afternoon streams, because I will be working and stuff. So we did a bunch of them for the PTSs, but we'll continue on with those actually likely in the final weeks of this year and the first week of the next year, by having a bunch of longer streams, because I'll have a bunch of time. Might as well spend it with friends and you know, the strange families that we're making here over on the internet. So yeah, I'm gonna hit the raid now button, and I'm gonna send everybody over there. Or attempt to. There we go.
Seeker mines he'll shoot out, and he's the healer.